Trinity is still applying pressure on Skyler. Up 5-0. Good attack, nice hook kick attempt. No score there. One thing I like that Trinity's doing was she was still hunting for points even towards the end. Good match. That was Trinity from Las Vegas and Skyler from ISKC in Chicago. That match ended 5-0.
Yeah, 55. Georgia, Trinity.
We've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. Trinity will get a break between matches. I'm sitting here with a legend, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. Adding 2 extra minutes on top of that 3-minute break, so Trinity has to change colors, so she'll be getting 5 minutes in between rounds. The head ref for this match will be Sean Fariba Madani. Next will be Georgia in red, and Trinity will fight her next match in blue. Okay, perfect. I ain't say nothing since there. Never. You know what I'm saying? That looked like the right call to me. Oh, I said that. I said that at right when I think I'm a little old for this one, but yes, I am. Just under a minute and a half left. Trinity looks ready, Georgia looks ready, but looks like she'll take the full 5 minutes just to rest and recover. Yeah. Okay, then we have to be like, oh, I'll get Sensei. Show you Sensei? Sensei said? Sensei said? Oh, I didn't even that. Bejeweled, yeah. Just play that and comment. Okay, yeah. Come on over. You want to talk in this thing? Can she get a headset too? I'm joking. She's working something else. Ooh. Don't curse. Er's here. Brian Er's here. All right, we've got about 5 seconds left. Both fighters are at their line. We're just gonna sanitize the pads. Safety precautions here at the Junior Pan American Games team trials. The winner of these divisions will be going to the Junior Pan American Games. Looks like we're ready to go. And we're underway, 3 minutes. Georgia starts off with some good movement, a lot of fakes. Trinity being patient in the center, just controlling the ring. Looks like Trinity's going to look for a big explosion or timing. There she starts to press. Now she's pressuring Georgia into the corner. Georgia's still relying on her movement. Great footwork, using the ring well. Trinity still controlling the center. Maybe a couple more seconds of this. There's the referee giving him the warning to engage. A couple more seconds and they'll stop it if no action. Red stepped out of bounds. It's going to be Joe Guy. First warning, category 2 first warning. That's called a Chikoku. Match resumes. 2 minutes, 5 seconds left. Trinity still controlling the center. Georgia still relying on the outside. Oh, fast punch by Trinity Allen. Second reverse punch to the face. Looks like it scored. There you go, and that's 1 point, and that'll be the Senshu advantage. So the first uncontested point scored will be awarded the Senshu, which is advantage in case of tie. Trinity still remaining patient and calm. Georgia still using her footwork and fakes. Playing on the outside of the ring. Trinity looking to pressure in and counter. Every time Georgia shifts in, she's giving that slide back. Referee gives a warning to engage. Oh, great double step Gyakuzuki to the face, reverse punch to the face by Trinity. 1 minute, 4 seconds left. Trinity in blue is up 2-0 with the Senshu advantage. Sensei Madani starts the match. Georgia starts to apply a little pressure. Trinity looking for a side kick. Georgia looking to get inside. Beautiful. Held the leg up just for a split second. Kicked right when Georgia dropped her guard. That's going to be an Ippon, 3 points. Score is now 5-0, 28 seconds left. Trinity looking in control here. Georgia doing well, trying to get on the inside, using her fakes, using her footwork. 15 seconds left. It's going to be the Otoshi Baraku. Georgia steps out. 4 seconds left. It's going to go straight to Hansoku Chui. Maximum amount of warnings. And that's the match. Score ends 5-0 with Trinity winning in blue against Georgia. And Trinity moves on to her next round. And Trinity will have 3 minutes.
Will Trinity be blue or red? Red.
Oh, she is going to change colors here.
She's not the next match.
So Georgia will have the next match against Skyler, and there'll be a 3-minute break for Georgia. We'll continue.
It's going to be a nicer weekend than it was yesterday.
So we're in these trials. Each fighter is offered the opportunity to fight, and these matches are double elimination. So meaning instead of single elimination, you have to lose twice in order to be out, and there's no repechage, there's no battle back for third place. And we take these as in between rounds. The fighters have to be allowed 3 minutes to rest and recover between fights. And unless they're changing gear in between fights, about 5 minutes. So the next match will be Georgia versus Skyler. And we're almost ready to go here. Sanitize the hand pads. And this is going to be a cool match. Georgia in red versus Skyler in blue. Georgia's Aka or red and Skyler is Al. This will be a 3-minute match, and great right off the line. Try to take your opponent by surprise by Skyler. Georgia using that leg fake, still using her footwork. Skyler a little bit more pressure, kind of stalking her opponent. Now she releases. This is a minus 55 female Coumatee division. There's a lot of speed in this division. A lot of movement, a lot of speed. Very subtle feints. Good punch by Skyler on the third punch to the Yuko. 2 flags awarded. Sensei Joe Pledge will award the Yuko 1 point and the Senshu advantage. 2:15 left in the match. Georgia attacks with a nice long Yakuzuki. Stuffs Skyler's kick. Little reset while they try to regroup and set up and plan a little bit. Maybe change strategies a little bit. Skyler circling, looking for an in. Georgia looking for maybe some defensive points. You can see she's kind of baiting, testing. Not getting close, not getting too close. Just on the edge of that line. No score there. I thought maybe blue might have scored, but judges didn't agree. Just over a minute left. Quite a few exchanges in this match, which is good. Now things are starting to wind down. Challenge video review by Sensei Brian Martell for Skyler on the Jodanzuki. I'm assuming it's the one to the back of the head. 50 seconds left. Skyler still has 1 point and the Senshu advantage over Georgia. The video review panel will review the technique that took place and decide whether it will be a Yuko, and they're going with no point on that score. So the coach, Sensei Brian Martell, loses the challenge card and the match resumes. No points awarded, no penalties. 40 seconds left. 1-0. Good attack by Skyler. 1 flag only, not enough to score. Remember, in Coumatee, you have to get 2 flags. Nice head kick attempt by Georgia. No score. Body punch attempt. 15 seconds left. That's going to be a Toshu Baraku. Skyler still up 1-0. Not the use of a challenge card. Georgia still trying to find a way. She's got 3 seconds to work. Good exchange. And a last second score by Skyler with the reverse punch. Timing Georgia as she came in. That'll give her 2 points and Senshu and the win.
Correct. 3 minutes, no color change.
So advancing to the next round versus Trinity Allen again will be Skyler. Staying blue this time. 3-minute break in between the matches. And Georgia, unfortunately, has taken her second round as a loss. And that was part of her double elimination. So Skyler has 1 loss so far. Trinity has 0. And they will fight again for the Am Games Qualifier here in Dallas, Texas. Again, winner going to Cali, Colombia for the Pan American Games, Junior Pan American Games, which is, I think, once every 4 years held. Welcome again to the Team USA Junior Pan American Games trials here in Dallas, Texas. The winner getting to travel to Cali, Colombia for the Junior Pan American Games. This is the 18 to 20 male and female Coumatee divisions live here at the Westin Galleria. We're just about to have our next fight. Trinity Allen in red, that's Aka, versus Skyler in blue. Trinity hailing from Las Vegas, Skyler from Chicago with ISKC. Her coach, former athlete and U.S. champion Brian Mertel. Trinity's coach, her father, and former athlete, U.S. champion, and both U.S. team member, Hiroshi Allen. Here we have the judge checking equipment, belts, gear. And the athletes will sanitize their equipment just before getting underway. We're just about ready to start our next match. Trinity in red, Skyler in blue. And we're underway. Trinity in red, Skyler in blue. Trinity starts off a little bit like the last match, controlling the center. A couple of feints. They fought once before, a couple matches ago. So I think they kind of know each other's game a little bit. Let's see if anything changes. Very patient match, very relaxing. Trinity applying pressure, using that reach. Referee warns them to engage and give some action. A little bit of a feeling out process, and they'll both get a passivity warning for non-action. The passivity warning is always for both athletes, meaning neither is trying to engage, as opposed to, oh, beautiful Jodanzuki over the top by Trinity, nice and long. As opposed to one person not engaging, that would be a different warning. Trinity's awarded a Yuko, 1 point, and the Senshu advantage for that over the top Jodan. And Trinity looking comfortable in the center, trying to force a little bit of action. Skyler remaining patient, looking to time. They exchange and clinch. Trinity grabs and takes Skyler down. Maybe a two-handed grab technique, yeah. In Coumatee, you can only grab with one hand, unless you're grabbing a leg. Then you can grab with two, one on the leg and one on the body. So she receives a Category 2 grabbing penalty. Skyler playing the outside. Trinity still controlling the center of the ring. Skyler using a little bit of lateral movement, just trying to throw Trinity off. Trinity still looking poised and calm. Maybe looking for a counter. Trying to bite in and make Skyler. Good exchange, I think. Looks like the referees and judges didn't like either one of those. Maybe both missed. Just over a minute. Minute 5. Trinity leading with 1-0 in Senshu. Oh, nice. It's a little bit jammed. Maybe not so clear for the other referees to see. One flag. .40 seconds left, and a lead leg body kick. Right under the guard of Skyler. Trinity's up 3-0, and with Senshu. Skyler attempts to look for a jab lead leg roundhouse kick combination. Oh, nice over the top by Trinity. Double reverse punch over the top. Skyler tried to counter, but maybe just the reach was a little bit in Trinity's advantage. Pulls back with that hook kick. Checks the outside sweep. Oh, great attempt. Round kick, spinning hook kick by Skyler. Trinity read it well. And that is match. Trinity wins 4-0 with cinch advantage. And advances. And in the minus 55 female Coumatee division, Trinity Allen will represent America, the USA, in Cali, Colombia at the Junior Pan American Games. Congratulations, Trinity. Great matches today by all three athletes. Great job today, guys. And welcome back to the Junior USA Team Trials 18 to 20 for the Pan American Games in Cali, Colombia. The winner taking all and getting to represent America there. In Aka, we have Brandon Wu from New York, Brandon Nakajima Wu. In Aka, coached by Sensei Brian Hilliard from New York. In Al, we have Frankie Ruiz from Florida, coached by Sensei Gino Hill, both former U.S. team members themselves, coaching their athletes. The minus 60 Coumatee division. And this is the lightest weight category, so these guys are very fast. Good fake there, good ring control, ring work. Brandon playing the outside, looking to fake in. Frankie kind of controlling the center. Good exchange. Brandon goes over top with the jab, and Frankie drops under with the reverse punch, but both missing. Frankie resets. Good exchange. No points, nothing clean. Grabbing penalty for Brandon in red. It's category 2. That'll be his first warning. And the match resumes. 1:55. These rounds are 3 minutes, same as the women. Brandon backs up and plays. Maybe looking to draw Frankie in. Great combination. Looking for a hook kick. Brandon just slipped out of the way and got Frankie almost with the score on the ground, but both missing, no point. Good defense on the ground. Frankie attacks with an overtop. Brandon ducks and counters after. No point. Halfway done with this match. Both good punches. Long reverse punch over the top by Frankie with the left hand. Scoring 2 flags. Brandon got 3 flags for Frankie. Brandon got 1 flag for his counter. And Sensei Brian Ramrup initiates a video review for Brandon's Joe Donzuki face punch counter punch. Review panel for Madani. And I think that's Sensei Mike over there. And they are watching the punch. And they say no point for Aka. So Frankie will receive the Senshu advantage for his punch, putting him in the lead. 1:20 left. Plenty of time. Now Frankie looks to defend a little bit more. See some redness around the nose of Frankie. Good match play in the clinch by Brandon. Brandon goes in with a Chudan Gyakuzuki. Frankie counters with a sweep and looks for the score. Judges didn't score it, and Frankie's charged with a grabbing penalty. That's his first one as well. Coach Ramrup calling for Brandon to counter off of Frankie's attacks. Frankie casually playing the corner. Frankie keeps closing the distance. And made by the referee. Both athletes in the clinch. Brandon will get a category 2. That's his second one for grabbing. 25 seconds left. Frankie in the lead with Senshu and 1 point. Brandon's going to need 2 to win or to tie and take away the Senshu advantage. Oh, great over the top attack. Low high by Frankie to score. Two nothing with Senshu. Frankie's in the lead. Off the line, right as he came in, Frankie goes in for a Kizami jab. Timing Brandon. Frankie's now up 3-0. 8 seconds left. Brandon's looking to pull something big out of his pocket. Spinning hook kick versus jump spinning hook kick. And this one's over. Frankie in blue. First match 3-0 versus Brandon. And Frankie will advance. Again, these matches are double elimination, so there is always the possibility to have another fight. And one more chance to come back. This will be a 5-minute break. One of these athletes will fight again. I think it's Frankie. He will fight again in his next round. We're live here in Dallas, Texas, at the Westin Galleria. Is Frankie changing? Aka. So Frankie will have a 5-minute break in between his next match. He will change colors. And we are here in the Westin, the male minus 60 Coumatee division, 18 to 20. Again, the winner of this double elimination style tournament going to Cali, Colombia later this year for the Junior Pan American Games to represent America. And per WKF rules, if the competitor between matches has back-to-back matches and does not need to change colors, then the break will only be 3 minutes. But to change their gear, their belt, foot pads, hand pads, gi, it is going to be a 5-minute break. So that's what we're seeing here. We've got just over 3.5 minutes left until Frankie's next fight versus Sean. It's good to be here. Yeah. Is it really? Is it? Ah, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. Ooh. Hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, wow. Really? What'd you do? Oh, shit. Mhm. Mhm. It was nice. Really? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Mhm. Yeah. Oh, really? That's why they call it Trail Canyon. Ah, that's awesome. Oh, Canyon Trail. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Wow. Ah, okay, like clam chowders, kind of stuff like that. Was it good? Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow. Yes. Not a lot of people were flying, or didn't fly. And we're underway with our next match. 3 minutes. It's going to be Frankie in red and Sean in blue. Frankie from Florida, coached by Gino Alfonso, former U.S. national team member and coach of many great athletes coming out of Florida. And Sensei Brian Mertel, out of Chicago, Illinois, former U.S. national team member, Pan American champion, and trainer of many great athletes coming out of Chicago, and junior national team members and senior national team members, both of them. Nice strategic match underway here. Frankie playing the center of the ring, looking relaxed. Sean biting and playing the outside, really testing that front hand of Frankie's. Doing a lot of fakes and a lot of movement. Trying to take Frankie off his game. Ref calls for a passivity warning for both athletes, red and blue, no action. Not engaged. This is Frankie's second match, so he may be a little bit more winded than Sean. Sean's looking fresh, but he hasn't had a match yet, so he may be still a little bit testing the waters, feeling out Frankie, looking for that perfect moment. Oh, there's a good body kick. Frankie thought he got a hand up and tries to counter. A nice quick body kick off of testing that hand, and Sean takes the lead 2-0. Sean in blue 2-0 with the Sinshu advantage. 3 judges called that point. That body kick. Frankie comes back. Frankie counters with a fast Jodan over the top after blocking Sean's chewed-on punch. Good pressure and then block counter. 2-1. Sean in blues leading with Sinshu. Frankie with 1, trailing behind. Oh, good jab by Frankie. Just on the chest and chin of Sean, but no score. Nice and long. Ooh, good attempt at a kick. They look to work in the clinch, separate. No scores. Body kick attempt. Frankie looks for a takedown. Resets his glove. 1 minute left on the clock. Head kick attempt by Sean. Just on the face. A little bit of contact. Sensei Vince Garcia scores it with 1 flag only, and Coach Mertel calls for a video review. The judge video review panel are reviewing it. It was definitely close, and Frankie caught it, but we'll see if it's scored. Seconds left on the match. The judges are still reviewing it. And it's a yes on Jodan Getty on the roundhouse kick to the head. That's going to award Sean points. It's going to award Sean 3 points. The video review is yes. The score is now 5 for Sean in blue with Sinshu and 1 for Frankie. Oh, Frankie comes back with a beautiful Jodan Mawashi Getty out of the clinch right when Sean turns his back. And I think maybe 1 flag or no flags, and Coach Gino Alfonso calls for a video review as well. So back to back Roundhouse kick to the head video challenges for both athletes. And this one is going to be a yes for Frankie. So Frankie gains 3 points for that Ippon or Jodangeri head kick. First round kick to the face and is back in the game. 5 for Sean, 4 for Frankie in red. Just over 30 seconds left. Frankie pressures. Good jab by Sean. No setup. Right out the gate. Caught Frankie thinking we're setting up. And 6-4. 30 seconds left. Sean looking for his first. Out of bounds. Again, we're here at the Westin in Dallas, Texas, at the Galleria, fighting for a spot to compete at the Junior Pan American Games. It's an event every 4 years in Cali, Colunga this year. Frankie attacks with a 1-2. 15 seconds left. To Frankie, and the ref calls him a just before the punch was set off. 11 seconds left. Frankie in red with 4, Sean in blue with 6, and Sinshu. They clinch up. Sean using his movement. Frankie trying to score a kick. 1 second left. And Sean takes the win on this one. Sean will win and get a Hansoku Chui, a maximum amount of Category 2 penalties before disqualification, before stepping out of bounds within the 15-second time limit.
3 minutes.
3-minute break for Sean. For Frankie. I'm sorry, for Frankie. 3-minute break for Frankie. Frankie's fighting 3 fights in a row. You're going to be red. So we've got 2 minutes, 15 seconds until our next match in. Frankie will be going again as red. This time he'll be fighting Brandon Nakajima Wu, who will be in blue. Just over 2 minutes left. WKF, the rules state that you have to give the athletes 3 minutes minimum in between matches, unless they have to change color, then it will be 5 minutes. But no one else, so I'm talking to myself. I'm like, ooh, did you see that? Yeah, I saw it. It was good. Great kick. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what to say. Just saying what I see them do. I wish they had another one. I didn't hear. No, it's off. And that was, no, just kidding. I don't know where that came from. That must have been cross feedback from another line. I don't know what happened. No. All the way down. It's off. It's off. Yeah. He won one, and then he lost one. So he wins, and then he lost. Oh, yeah. Oh, Brandon. Yes, Brandon's from New York. Frankie's from Florida. Florida and blue is New York, sensei. Hi.
I feel like there's a lot but no checking.
And we're just gonna get situated with the referees. We had an athlete from Florida, and we can't have a Florida judge in the same match. So the matches are totally fair and unbiased with judges and athletes not being from the same state. So we're just changing out a couple of the referees, and we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Brandon is getting his gear checked and on and sanitized. Frankie's at the line and ready, and we'll get started just as soon as he's done. Hi, Sensei. How are you? Good. I'm sorry? Yeah. Not the normal word. And Sensei William Gatch calls the fighters into the ring. This match, it's Frankie Ruiz from Florida in red, coached by Gino Alfonso, and Brandon Nakajima Wu from New York in blue, coached by Brian Ramrup. This is their second match of the day. Again, all of these divisions are double elimination, where the fighter has to lose twice to be eliminated. No repecharge. This is a winner-take-all. Good Jodanzuki by Frankie. Out of the gate, catching Brandon on his movement. 4 flags. So that's an excellent point. Awarded to Yuko 1 point and Senshu advantage. Just over 30 seconds passed. Frankie, body kick attempt. Another kick attempt. Brandon looking for a counter. Frankie looking to take offense. Frankie steps out, and one of the judges awards a Jogai warning. Ramrup letting his athlete know that he sees the attacks coming and to counter earlier. Frankie readjusts his gear. No call on that one. Brandon applying some pressure. Frankie with a slide back block and counter on the 1-2 by Brandon. 2-0 Frankie with the Senshu advantage. Just over 2 minutes left. Frankie looking relaxed in this match. Brandon looking to apply some pressure. Looking to get back in it. Frankie with a Jodan. Oh, Jodan Getty by Brandon. Fakes the body, goes high. 2 judges score it. Oh, 1 judge scores it. 2 judges call Brandon for out of bounds, Jogai. Ramrup, Coach Ramrup calls a video review. And we have a video challenge for the head kick. Brandon Nakajima Wu in blue by Coach Brian Ramrup. 1 minute 40 left in this match. Frankie up 2-0. I believe in the first match, Frankie won. And Brandon's fighting. Frankie won 3-0 and Brandon's fighting to stay in this junior U.S. team trials to Cali, Colombia for the Junior Pan American Games. The video review panel is looking at the kick now. And we'll see what they decide. Ooh. And the video challenge was
before the double. So I have to take away the double, right?
and a little bit of a question.
Just make sure that the table knows what we're doing. Okay. He's removing the category too.
So the video review was deemed yes. The score, the initial penalty for out of bounds is taken away, and the ippon, or 3 points, is awarded. Brandon took the lead, and Frankie will tie it back up with a counter punch on Brandon's attack right off the line, and there's another video review by Coach Ramrup for Brandon's punching attack. Strategy to come right off the line anytime there's a break in the action, maybe a penalty, maybe a rearranging gear, doctors called in, or video review. This one's denied. So the score is still 3-3 now, 1:37 left, and Frankie has the Senshu advantage. So if the score stays the same with no penalties and he doesn't lose Senshu, him scoring first with no opposed score, he will get awarded the match. Good body attempt, body kick attempt, and double jodan attempt, but no score. Frankie goes in with a double step jab. Tries a spinning back kick. Brandon evades just out of the way. Frankie still hunting. Ooh. $50 seconds left. Frankie moves to play the corner. Frankie's frustrated. He's coming apart. Maybe a little bit tired, both of these athletes. These are hard fought matches, and they're really putting in work. This is the male -60 Coumatee division qualification to go to Cali, Colombia for the Junior Pan American Games. Referee resets him. 37 seconds left. Brandon comes out with a fake. Frankie waiting a little bit, killing time, faking in, looking. Brandon comes with a long jodan over the top. Low high fake. Frankie counters with the jodan of his own, but Brandon scores it, and we have a video review by Frankie's coach Gino Alfonso. So Brandon's up 4-3. Frankie has Senshu advantage. And right now the referee panel will, the video review panel will review the play. 3 flags for Brandon, 1 flag for Frankie. So both athletes have 1 loss in this double elimination style tournament. So whoever wins this will go on to the next round to fight Sean, who is winning, who has his 1-0 win. And the point was awarded. It looks like it's a yes, so the score is still tied 4-4, but Frankie has the Senshu advantage. 25 seconds left. Frankie goes for a nice strong leg sweep. 15 seconds left. Side kick attempt. Brandon goes for Jodanzuki. They both exchange. They're in the clinch. 6 seconds left. And referee calls time 4-4. Senchu advantage, 1 second left. Frankie loses his Senchu. Referee Will Gatch calls for Frankie avoiding combat, so he loses the Senchu advantage with 1 second left and gets Hansoku Chui. 3 penalties in category 2. Referee takes away the Senchu. 1 second left. Match continues. Good finish. Brandon tries a sidekick. Frankie goes for an attack. Video review challenge. Alfonso for the Chudan. So, video review was called, so we'll watch the video and see if there was a score just before the end of the match. And it was not awarded, so the score is 4-4. They'll go to decision. 3 for red, 2 for blue. Red wins. Frankie Ruiz wins his next match, eliminating Brandon Nakajima in a very close fight. Hard and tough match for both of them. Great job to both of these athletes. And Frankie will continue his run to fight Sean again.
Yes.
We are back here at the Westin in Dallas, Texas, for the 18 to 20 Junior Pan American Games USA Team Qualifier. This next match will be Sean from Chicago in red, Aka, and Frankie from Florida in blue. Ow. This is their second match, with Sean getting the best of Frankie in their first match. Frankie has fought 4 matches now. Sean using a lot of movement, a lot of small freights. Frankie a little bit more patient and stocky, tries an attack. Good defense by both athletes on the counters. Sean has fought only 1 fight, edging out Frankie earlier. This is the male minus 60 Coumatee division, the lightest category. So they are, in theory, the fastest. Sean a lot of small freaks. Frankie being patient. He starts to fake 2. Referee calls for action since no techniques are being thrown. Sean resets and plays the corner. Comes in for a body kick. Frankie catches it. Tries to take him down. Ooh, Jodan Getty. Head kick attempt by Frankie. Just missed. Great exchange by both athletes. As you can see, they are very fast. Frankie gets his glove back on, and we resume action. 2:13 left in the match. No score. No, 1 penalty. There was? Okay. Good exchange. Sean gets right back up with no Ricardo for that exchange, and the match continues. Sensei Cedric, head referee. Over the top attempt by Sean, just misses. Frankie sweeps. No score. Great exchange. Really close match. Great offense and defensive exchanges by both athletes. Frankie comes off the line looking for some pressure. Nice and relaxed. Sean. Head kick by both athletes. Sean goes for a long body punch, pulls back. Frankie goes to counter. Sean hook kicks to the head. 4 flags for Sean. Frankie then counters to the face with a Jodan Getty, foot to the back of the head with a round kick of his own. And Gino Alfonso, his coach, Sensei Gino, calls for a video review. Sensei Fariba is reviewing the exchange. And it will be awarded. It is a yes. So the score is now 3-3, 1:35 left. Frankie saved with that video review. Great call by Coach Gino Alfonso. Great kick by Frankie. No Senchu advantage awarded because the points were not uncontested. You have to score without the other person scoring to be awarded Senchu. Frankie still applying pressure. Frankie goes for a body kick a little low. Resets his pads, and we're back. Sean stalking, going for that shoot on again. And Coach Martel calls a video review. No flags on the play on that exchange. Video review by Brian Martel for Sean's Chudan Gyakuzuki. Body reverse punch. Beautiful day here in Dallas, here at the Westin. Again, Sean is up 1-0 in matches against Frankie with no losses. Frankie has 1 loss, only coming to Sean, but battled his way back and is in this final double elimination style. The point was not awarded to Sean, so the match resumes. 3-3, all even. Sean tries that body punch hook kick exchange again. Looking to pressure. Takedown by Sean. Frankie pulls him down with him. 55 seconds left. Maybe a grabbing penalty on Frankie. Yeah. You cannot hold when they take you down. You cannot pull them down. You cannot grab with 2 hands. So Sean had the right idea with the takedown with 1 hand only. Sean pulls away to reset. Uses the ring a little bit. Frankie stalks. Sean tests with that front hand, pulls him a little bit. Frankie goes for a long 1-2, nice and fast. Sean just avoids. Sean tries for that head kick again. Frankie goes for a takedown. Sean pulls him down. Double attempt on the takedown. Frankie readjusts his chest protector. The referee doesn't let him readjust. Checks his ties on his gi, and the match continues. 30 seconds left, 3-3. If this match stays the same, it will result in a judge's decision. Otherwise, the first score would get... Oh, Frankie comes in with a long one, low high, and scores a Jodanzuki. Chewed on reverse punch, forward hand jab. Scores the first uncontested point and gets Sinshu advantage. 4-3 with 19 seconds left. $15 seconds left for Toshu Buraku. Four, 3, 2, 1, and time. Great exchange, great match. Looks like Frankie pulled it out with the 4-3 win with the Sinshu advantage. Time is up. And Frankie wins this match. So now they are 1-1. 1-1. This tournament style is double elimination, so they will have to fight one more time, and they get 5 minutes break.
Sean, ow.
They will have to change gear, change colors. Frankie will next be red in his next match, and Sean will be blue. There will be a 5-minute break. Was it Hunte against? Was it? Oh, 3-2. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but the whole match, you have to take the whole match into play as well, not just that. Yeah. Yeah, he lost once. Yeah. I see that. That could be right. Yeah. If you're in control. But if it, I mean, yeah, it's hard. Every match is different, I guess you gotta say. You know what I mean? There's no cookie cutter because you may throw 7 attacks in one match, 5 attacks in the next match, but the other person throws 3 attacks in one match, 7 in the next. You know what I mean? So I mean, there's a lot of things that come into play. I can't call it. I cannot say. I'm not referee. I only have stupid opinion. Mine. Lucky. to have these matches going on today. A lot of great 18 to 20-year-old competitors here battling for their spot at the Pan American Games, an event that's once every 4 years. And, this one going to be in Colombia, Cali, beautiful city. A lot of great athletes here, competing and coaching as well. Some just watching. U.S. team member and to the World Championships later this year, Brian Ramrup is here coaching an athlete. Tom Scott, team member and Pan American Games champion, senior Pan American Games champion. Tom Scott and Brian are both here. German Open bronze medalist and U.S. team member Jenna Brown and U.S. team member Adrian Galvan. Jenna Brown Galvan and Adrian Galvan here. Sam is here, U.S. team member. She's doing charting and scorekeeping, working hard. We have just under 2 minutes left before the final fight of this division, which will be Sean in blue, Frankie in red, and both have one loss in this double elimination style tournament. There will be no repechage, so no battle back, no third place. This is a winner-take-all tournament style division. This is the male minus 60 to 20 Coumatee division. The final will be Sean Kiros versus Frankie Ruiz. Sean from Chicago, Frankie from Florida. Both coaches of them, Brian Mertel and Gino Alfonso, former U.S. team member. Mertel, Pan American champion, USA Hall of Famer, and now coach of many great athletes. Same with Gino, former U.S. team member, coach of many, many great athletes coming out of Florida. This is the final match. 41 seconds left until the last match begins, and then this match will be 3 minutes. Not my diapers. Hello? Diaper? Testing? And we are underway, ready to begin the final match in the male minus 60 Coumatee division, 18 to 20 qualifier for the U.S. team, representing Team USA in Cali, Colombia at the Junior Pan American Games. Frankie Ruiz, Aka, and Sean Kiros in blue, Al. This is their third fight today, both having one loss, so the winner of this one will represent Team USA. Similar start to the match, Frankie controlling the center, staying a little bit more steady in his stance, Sean faking a little bit more, using the ring, testing that hand, biting. Sean has a front hand down, looking like he's ready to kick or jab. Frankie comes with a long double reverse punch, they clinch, and Frankie's in the corner now. Frankie goes with it. Joe Nanzuki over top, 3 flags, 4 flags. 2, 3, 4. 4 flag score for Frankie, and he will gain 1 point. There it is, and Senshu advantage. The point was uncontested. Sean did not score a point at the same time, so Frankie gets Senshu. Just under 2:15 left in the match. Frankie 1-0. They exchange Yakuzukis, and 2 flags for Sean. We've got just a little bit lower, a little bit on the inside. Frankie's maybe just slipped off, so it's 1-1. And there's the awarded point. Frankie with the Senshu. Both of these athletes fighting multiple matches today. Sean pressuring in. Goes for a long running jab. Tries to keep Frankie in the corner. They separate. Referee calls for separation. No points awarded. Sean with that hand down. Frankie goes long Jodan over the top. Sean tries to go for a takedown. Good read by Frankie to negate that takedown. Sean goes to step in. Frankie steps back and pulls his legs and hips away. As Sean tries to get inside, Frankie called for a grabbing penalty. That's a Category 2. Penalties are contact and non-contact fouls. Category 1 being contact, Category 2 being non-contact. Sean attempts that takedown again, but lets it go. Frankie fought just enough. Sean pressuring forward. Frankie gives him a little ki, a little yell and a fake in, and they reset in a different corner. Sean looking to get a little closer. Oh, they exchange whiffing body kicks, both missing. Oh, good second one by Sean. 3 flags on that score. Frankie ducked under the first attack, and Sean came back with a second reverse punch to the face, scoring. 2-1, Frankie with the Senshu advantage. Just over a minute left. This is the final. The winner will go to Cali, Columbia. Sean looking for that chewed on punch. Head kick combination. Goes for a body kick. Frankie looks for a sweep. Sean attacking. Frankie not returning. Frankie goes with a Jodan counter right after Sean's chewed on. Sean went for the low punch, high kick combination again. Frankie countered over the top, block counter of the shoot on just before the kick and got his hands up. 2-2, Frankie with the Senshu advantage. 45 seconds left. Sean pressuring a little. Frankie tries a long head kick. Sean backs up just out of the way. Oh, good counter by Frankie. Great timing. Pull back just in time. It'll be 3-2. Frank is doing a great job of pulling his opponent. Relying on that Jodan counter. Sean stalking, keeping that front hand down, trying to maybe get in a little close. Frankie resets, uses the ring a little bit. 20 seconds left. Body kick. They exchange kicks. 15 seconds. Frankie attacks. Long jab by Frankie. 2 flags. Excellent. Great timing on the break. Pull him a little bit, reset as he comes forward. Jab. Coach Martell is calling for his athlete to give him an opportunity to score or call a video review. Body kick attempt. Frankie steps out 1 second. Time. 4-1. Frankie steps 4-2 with Senshu. Frankie steps up. He'll lose the Senshu advantage. Hansoku Chui. Category 2 penalties. The Senshu is taken away. And time. Frankie's the winner. Frankie will go on. Frankie Ruiz from Florida will go on to represent USA at the Junior 18-20 Pan American Games in Cali, Columbia. Congratulations, Frankie. That's it for male minus 60 Coumatee here in Dallas, Texas at the Westin. Next up will be, I think, 67. Brian Hilliard.
Good morning, guys. We're back. This is Tom Scott here. Happy to be with you guys today, going over these matches. This has been pretty exciting. Good matches so far. Minus 60 was pretty awesome. And sitting here with my good
Hi, everybody. This is Brian Ramrup, minus 67 for Team USA. Excited to commentate some of these matches. We have a first match up in the minus 61 female division, Gia from Texas versus Gabrielle from Texas as well. Gia starting off very aggressive, showing some moves, cutting the angles, showing a lot of fakes, looking to take control of the center of the ring. So this is a double elimination tournament, so these girls are going to have an opportunity to work their way into the final match, and if they lose, they'll be moved into the loser's bracket. The winner of said loser's bracket will be able to fight their way back into the final match to potentially win the division. Referee motioning for action from the athletes.
Yeah, being teammates with Gia, I know she's looking for, you know, good fakes to draw something out, but she's going to have to probably get on some aggressive train here because Gabrielle's really looks like she's hanging back.
Gabrielle has a little bit of size on Gia. Would you say that she is waiting for Gia to enter her gap before she...
Yeah, I think so.
Gia's going to have to work really hard to either keep the distance big where she's safe and can't get hit, or really enter where she can reach, because Gabrielle does have a little bit of reach on her.
She got a little close there. No fire from Aka.
The danger in a situation like this when nothing is happening is you might put yourself to sleep. So Gabrielle could be playing patient, but good strike by Gia there. Good effort. A little close. The referee's not acknowledging. I want a little more contact maybe. Good fakes by both fighters.
Gabrielle flipping it, now going pretty aggressive.
Nice combination up top. Good defense by Gabrielle.
She's going to need to do 1, 2, 3 techniques. Everyone's kind of missing their first.
And the referees are allowing for some continuity. They are giving the second and third attack. Good job staying on top by Gabrielle. Good defense by Gia. Both fighters just a little tight right now, it seems. Maybe a little bit of jitters first match of the day.
Nerves. A lot on the line, you know. The Junior Pan American Games is going to be, you know. Oh no!
Oh, we have our first
2 flags. Agreement. Yeah.
2 points for body punch from Gia. All right. So with the first point, of course, she's going to be awarded Senchu as well, which is a lead of sorts.
And we got video review from Red.
Strategic channel from Red here. So if she's able to get her challenge awarded through, that would avoid Gia getting the Senchu. So maybe that weighed into her decision for the strike. Motioning for a face punch from the coach.
But yeah, pretty exciting, the first ever Junior Pan American Games. I assume it'll be every 4 years as well. And, you know, what used to be the pinnacle of our sport, you know, before the Olympic Games, it's really neat to come together and see other sports competing with Team USA and being able to go through a games experience. A lot of people don't really, they usually get it confused, the championships versus the games. And championships, whenever you hear Pan American Championships, that is just karate. But when you hear about the games, that's multi-sport. So, you know, this is the first ever Junior Pan American Games, and it's going to be exciting for whoever gets to go.
Yeah, a lot of people everybody's aware of the Olympics, but the Pan American Games is essentially the exact same thing, but for our side of the world, for the North, South, Central Americas. And yeah, it's a great opportunity. You know, we've both been fortunate enough to attend a couple of games. You know, you've gone to the Pan American Games, won it yourself a couple of times. You want to speak to the significance of the Pan American Games and how much of an experience it is?
It's just the cool part that I've gotten to learn about it is when you are in the Pan American Games and you get to see that Team USA environment and that the OPC, you truly do become on their radar when they so all about games events. And so when you know, in participating in those, it's just really neat to get to see the inner workings of Team USA a little bit more.
Oh, nice exchange. Good job by Blue countering a
2 for Blue.
All right, good timing by Gia. Playing the end of the match really, really actively there. You know, knowing she's holding her lead and ready to counter. Very, very good.
Man, Red going for a video review too. Again. Nice body. I'm a big fan of the body punch. I mean, you make over the top, and your punch down low just looks super clean. It hit him hard.
It's such an easy one to call too. If you can make that contact most often, you don't have to worry about any penalties or missing the target. It's such a bigger target than the face. You know, so many fighters are good at ducking or slipping or being evasive. Everybody's so elusive today. You can't really move your body the same way you can move your head.
And we got the judges' review, and it's a no. So Gia gets that Senshu, which I don't. Okay, she was awarded.
Time's running out, and 1 second. Time. All right, good job holding the lead by Gia there. That was a well-executed match. You know, very patient. You know, aggressive, controlling the pace. Took her punch, used really good movement, and was able to hold the lead. Good job.
Now I think we're going to be flip-flopping with minus 67 here too.
Yeah,
so we have Zaylin from South Carolina and Alexander from Illinois. For our first match of the minus 67. Now, this being your category, tell me a little bit, what are you expecting to see from these guys?
Yeah, so we just saw the 60 guys fight, and with the 60 guys, you're going to see a lot of quick covering a distance, a rapid movement. It's very, very explosive. When we move from 60 to 67, you're going to see a big change in just the size of the fighters. They're a lot thicker. You can even just look at Zaylin's body because he has a lot of muscle on him. And it's going to be more versatile. The 60 guys, you don't see a ton of hitting and mixing up. The 67 guys, I feel like it's the most diverse as far as skill sets. You have people that can cover the distance.
75 is pretty diverse.
75 is okay. There are some decent fighters in 75 too, but 67 definitely takes the cake.
Yeah.
All right.
Should be expecting a lot of speed still, right?
Yeah, these guys are definitely quick. So Zaylin is one of the few guys today that is really active with takedowns and sweeps. It's just not something we see too much from younger fighters today. Everybody's with the jab and the hook kick and everything's up top. Zaylin has a great mix of high and low. Alexander's coach, Brian Martell, is very good at controlling the distance. You see a lot of the people from their school playing with distance and playing with angles. A lot of circling and resetting. Not really in one place.
A lot of circling, resetting, controlling the moments, you know.
And that's what makes them so frustrating to fight. You see, even just their movement, Alexander circled from his side all the way back to the opposite side and then came back with a kick.
Yeah.
They are excellent at just pulling their opponent on a string.
It causes a lot of frustration with that other opponent. You know, like if you're wanting to set up your time and they're still moving.
And that's just, it is very annoying. I mean, anybody can speak to just having somebody control the space, and they're just so comfortable.
There it is again.
Controlling. Yep. You really have to do a good job of staying in your own head, keeping composed, and just working through it. Zaylin, very good job there, Zaylin. Zaylin changed up his movement, staying a little closer to the ground, not as fluttery.
He needs to kind of keep him trapped in a corner, though. You know, he needs to put some pressure on and then not let him escape.
So how would you recommend Zaylin in this situation? Against somebody that's good at circling, good at movement, do just that.
Yeah, a little more movement there. He could have kept him in there, but he's going for the really stable positioning, and that allows Red to kind of move. Unless,
a good
like
follow
that,
by Zaylin. Very
he's
good.
moving first. As long as Zaylin is moving first or attacking first. Oh, wow.
Oh, no break there. Fighters just kind of miscommunication between the fighters and the referee there. So this is one of the really cool things about karate. There's so many different ways to win and be successful. It's hard to say right now who's in control of the ring. Zaylin is pushing the action, controlling the center, but Alexander's getting the points. And you could say that Alexander's pulling Zaylin.
Yep.
So we got 3-0 for Alexander now. Zaylin's going to have to start working and getting this under control a little bit. 1 minute left. Zaylin has a lot of time. He has a whole minute left.
Yeah. I think that's another body kick for Akka.
5-0. This is a big hole.
Yeah.
You know, it's still a lot of time, though. He still has 50 seconds. That is a lifetime in karate. Just get on the board. Get one at a time.
Yep.
Get some confidence behind you. Show that you're still in it. You don't necessarily have to go for a home run right now.
That was close.
Good call by the coach.
Yeah, coach is going to go for that video review. that punch seemed pretty close, and it's time to start looking for any opportunity you can get. So it's, yeah, I would take that card here too. Yeah, Zalen does have that Ippon capacity, you know. If a takedown comes out here, a head kick, then that'll be another 3 on the board.
It'll be right back in. It'll be down. It's a 2-score match. He has plenty of time.
Yeah.
Looks like Alexander's a little bit not totally under control considering the situation with a 5-point lead, a little out of breath. Mertel, his coach, trying to pull him back to earth. Does a great job of that. He's excellent communication with his fighters. You can see they have a great relationship.
Yeah. He's been putting in a lot of work. That was a lot of techniques in the last 2 minutes, and
yeah, honestly, that challenge call by Zalen's coach is good, even for nothing else than to let Zalen regroup. Exactly. You know, especially a situation, you got a young athlete's trying to get his way in rough situation to start the day. You have nerves, you have jitters, you have a bad situation all of a sudden, and you're missing. You need to just reset. You know?
yeah.
Give me here Zalen's coach speaking just that. You don't need 3. You don't got to go desperate yet. Like, great feedback from the coach.
Expect Zalen to come out, put some pressure, looking for punches. Looks like no go on the video review.
37 seconds, down by 5. Let's see what he's going to pull out of the back.
Distance just a little off.
Oh, speaking of those takedowns, that was an amazing takedown in transition.
Referee just calls Yame too early. Looking for...
Yeah. You're allowed to execute takedowns with a one-hand grab, so... Ooh, good combination up top. 2 flags for Zalen. There we go.
There we go.
Very nice.
1 point for blue.
So no reason for Alexander to come out of the pocket there. It looks like he's a little bit antsy.
Yeah.
You don't ever want to give a fighter like Zalen with Ippon capacity easy opportunities.
It's a body punch like we were talking earlier.
That was a much better selection there. Kept himself safe, kept himself in position, opened up a scoring chance. Easy point. All right, we're at 15 seconds.
Here's the control.
Let's see if
nice
Alexander... Very good controlling the pace with Alexander there. Keeping his guard high and not giving up any scoring opportunities. All right, we're 10 seconds. We'll see Alexander use crashing the distance or maybe escaping a little bit. Oh, nice out and in. Very good.
Yep.
We've got 3 seconds left. 7-1. That's right. That was a really good first match for 67. You saw a lot of action, a lot of display of versatility. You saw Zalen's kicks. He didn't score any, but you saw they're very nice kicks, and his transitional takedowns, awesome. But just speaking again to the ring control by ISKC and Brian Mertel's group, it's fantastic. They're just very frustrating group of fighters to work against. They just kind of take away what you're trying to do.
It's a good example of higher level. Even something as simple as taking time. A lot of us athletes out there and coaches, when, if you're thinking about taking timing or working that into your athlete's gameplay, consider not making your athlete just sit and wait for timing. They need to try and change corners and choose when that timing can come. It's a whole lot easier to anticipate moments like for taking timing when you're in control of when they happen. So
yeah, I'd echo that 100%. That's just such a big point in misunderstanding of timing. It's people will often use the term counter. I like to think of it as counter attack. When you just think counter, it's a reactive waiting moment. No, you don't have to necessarily wait for something. You can create timing. You can force your opponent to do something. That's when you're fully in control, and those are truly the easy moments for the referees to see when somebody's in control of the ring or not. We look back at Alexander's match. He made space, pulled his opponent, and picked. He controlled where the fighters were going, where they were relative to each other, and went on his timing, his moment. And it's just such an easy one to see for the judges. All right, we're going back to the -61 female division now. We're going to have, again, Gia from Texas in red versus Alexandra Wainwright in blue, also from Texas, right? Are all the girls in 61 from Texas?
Yeah, I guess today. Now, Alexandra is coming off of a major hip surgery, and so she's been training and back in action. But we'll see. And she's been looking really good, honestly, still, even just working hands and stuff. But, the kicking ability. We'll see if she pulls them off. It'll be
So
it'll
she
be
training
impressive.
with you guys? Are they train in the same club together?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alexandra's been in Houston for a long time, but now she's up here in school at my alma mater, TCU, and
Go Frogs.
yeah. Alexandra showing a lot of patience, trying not to react to the fakes. I feel like
I wonder how much them training together goes in how they approach a match.
True.
It's very probably maybe Alexandra's just getting back into the swing of things, but just that comfort of knowing their opponent and knowing their preferences and tendencies definitely plays a little bit into
that does make it a
the
little bit
mindset.
tough.
So would you anticipate a slower paced match or a more active match in that case?
I'm going to anticipate a little bit of hesitation on both sides here, but Alexandra controlling those moments, moving a little bit, looking for timing.
Oh, good. Wow, she tickled the edge of the ring there. That was nice. Good ring awareness.
Yeah. I thought for sure we were going to see a step out.
Her heel was actually hovering over the blue. That's impressive.
A lot of refs would call that.
Good discipline by the judges.
Oh, we're at double category 2 penalties
Both
here.
yeah,
So
both fighters with 2 non-contacts.
pretty early on. That might play into the end of the match. Wow. Alexandra wanting the corner, choosing to stay.
If she doesn't go up, she went out. There you go. Yeah, good pressing by Gia, being aware that she's right by the line, showing something strong, making her react, and
An
touching
interesting play to be so close to the corner at Keikoku already. Now at Hansa Kuchui with a minute and a half left.
Think she's aware of that, or you think that was a slip up?
I think that was a slip up.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, she looks a little frustrated right now. Now she has to.
Some interesting
She has
strategy.
to press the game now. Now she has to fight with over a minute left. She's not going to have the option of playing it.
If Gia comes back.
Yeah, and it's another
she could go for
non-contact. That's
another
match.
non-contact penalty. She's got that advantage. Let's see if the referee warns them for action here in a second.
I'm not seeing a real look for a point by Gia. I'm seeing nice jump, Alexandra. Good follow too.
Good defense. Nice.
Good work, girls. Very good.
Did not see that kick coming either. That was close. Gia was looking for a timing head kick.
We got 45 seconds, and Gia's going to have to. Well, Alexandra's rather going to have to press the action a little bit. Distance is pretty close. They're getting close. Oh, good effort.
Yeah.
This is a toss-up for me. Oh, evening up with the out of bounds. Very good awareness. Oh, she's fully aware now. She knew what she was doing there. All right, so now we're back to a tied situation. Both fighters have 3 non-contact warnings, 19 seconds left. So Gia was controlling the center and pressing it for the first half of the match, but I would say Alexandra was pressing the second half.
At least, yeah, in the last little bit.
Now it's going to be, if this goes to Hante, it'll be interesting to see how the referees call this because, good exchange by both.
Aka, ow, ow, wow.
2
We got
flags
2
for
and 2.
each.
What a great match. 10 seconds left. Got a point here.
All right, let's see who holds the center. This is going to tell a lot. Who's pushing the fight now?
I would look for the same thing again, honestly.
By
If I
both
was
of them,
either
yeah.
athlete, go for that strong body punch.
Oh, good effort.
my.
Wow, at the buzzer. 2
Stealing
flags.
the last second punch
Very,
there.
that's just good awareness. I saw her glance over at the clock right before she threw that. So she threw that at time.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. And you know, even with going into Hante, even if they were to say no, it was right after time, that effort is going to leave a last impression in the judge's
With
mind.
the judge's decision.
Yeah, I would have. That's the deal. That's the straw that broke the camel's back. That's going to pull the Hante onto her side, if anything. So good awareness. All right, going back to men's, 18 and 20 men's minus 67. We're going to have Edgar from Florida, from Miami in blue versus Alexander from Illinois in red.
Edgar's a really talented young athlete too, and gotten to do some trainings with him, over the last year. They came to our camps here in Texas, and then I've even gotten to find him a couple times in the last couple tournaments, and he's definitely got some speed on him, and some what'll be really fun to look for is some surprising kicking ability that can come out, in the final moments, spinning kicks, jumping kicks. There's just some crazy capacity in there. So
he's cagey and super athletic. Seeing some of the stuff he's done, there's definitely a lot of potential for him to work his way onto this team and stick around for the long term. There's one thing that the Miami fighters aren't lacking. It's confidence. All of the kids from Miami, from 7 years and up, carry themselves like they are crafty veterans. So it's awesome just to see their ring presence. Couldn't be phased, couldn't be bothered. Doesn't matter who they're fighting, what they're fighting. When he fought you, how did he go into that match? Did you sense any jitters or nerves, or did he go at you?
No, yeah, even he's definitely been kept the aggression up, and I've been impressed by it. So
yeah, that's an impressive thing to see. I feel like it's not as prevalent today. Kids go after it, like the sentiment almost of playing it safe.
Yeah.
So to see someone young and ballsy and hungry,
who understands he's got nothing to lose, so
just go after it, yeah.
In that match, and just going for it. So hopefully, he's learned a lot there, and see how he does today.
Well, see, I'm sure fighting you gained a ton of experience, and fighting a future Olympian is definitely going to carry over to help him over here. That was a subtle one there. Do you want to speak on that a little bit, on your Olympic journey? Because you're one of our top athletes, hopefully making the games.
Yeah, I mean, it's been just awesome, and a blessing of an opportunity to pursue. Of course, we'll go to Portugal next week in a if go get him, Sensei. Oh, too loud. Referee giving us a warning for
we got
being
penalized. We're not even fighting. It's my fault, guys. I apologize. Tom would have been safe if I wasn't here.
Chikoku.
But how are you feeling going to Portugal? You guys leave on Tuesday, is it?
Yeah, we leave on Tuesday. Typical Karate One trip. A little bit under a week, and there is potential to qualify there. If I happen to medal and a certain other athlete does not, then there's a chance. But besides that, then most of us are looking up for a tune-up and getting ready for the Paris qualifier.
Well, we're all pulling for you, that's for sure. We're all pulling for you. I'll be there on FaceTime. All right, so we're going to get this minus 67 match started. Edgar and Alexander, Miami versus Illinois. All right, so we saw in Alexander's first match, he liked to play a little bit on the outside and use a lot of circling. You can see that right off the bat as well. Right off the bat, he took a step back, which is a little unorthodox, to give up control of the center. Edgar welcoming, happy to accept.
Edgar keeps a nice clean line. He's always in between Alexander and the middle of the ring. So he's trapping him here really well.
What he's doing a really good job of right off the bat, too, that the other fighter he fought didn't, is he's controlling him just outside. He's leaving just enough space that he can adjust his angle and trap him. Exactly. He's cutting him off without realizing.
Ready to move back if he needs to. He's not too planted still. Edgar can react, move back, absorb that, and then put the pressure back on.
Very good exchange by both fighters underneath. They have 2 blue and
3 blue,
1 red. All right.
Could video
Was that be a challenge?
Ooh.
Yep, there we go.
Coach is going for it.
See, just like we were speaking before, giving up the Senshu is a rough one to give up, and I'd agree. His fighter also hit. We'll see what the judges are looking for there. Anytime there's a simultaneous exchange, there's a high chance of that being accepted.
Going to the biggest scoring target, too, to the body. I mean, there's little chance.
How do you don't miss that? He definitely hit. From our angle, it looked like he hit. So we'll see what the judges see. They have 4 video cameras, so we'll see if one of them shows a technique that they're willing to award. What I'm interested to see with Edgar going forward into this match is, while he's controlling the center, if he over-enters the pocket. That's what the last fighter did against Alexander, and it made it easy for him to go out and in.
Yeah.
Challenge not accepted.
Quite a surprise on that one. Coach definitely saw the disappointment in Coach's eyes for Alexander.
Alright, so now this is an interesting situation now. So no, it's easy to control and circle on the outside when you're behind. When you're ahead, rather. But now that Alexander has a deficit, you can see he's already starting to creep forward. And that doesn't seem to be his natural movement. So this is looking good for Edgar if he could take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Oh, nice timing. That is beautiful timing.
That was clean. Yeah, we really haven't seen Alexander have to go on the offensive very much yet. He's been able to control it, relaxing, and pretty easily backwards. Now he's really having to push forward.
Yeah, he doesn't look as comfortable forcing it. It looks like he's forcing it forward a little bit. He needs to know he has a lot of time. He has a minute and a half, so no need to get antsy just yet. It has to work, but
see, I like how Edgar is doing a good job of keeping a forward presence, and then he can always go backwards if he needs. But he's not just going backwards right off.
Yeah, he's still fighting. That's gonna. Oh, nice. Oh, didn't commit to that under. Put his punch there, just didn't hit. It was good timing. See, I appreciate Edgar's calmness right now.
Yeah.
Alexander's getting a whole bunch of different looks. Alexander's actively trying to mix it up. And Edgar's, he's relaxing. He's picking his moments. He's very relaxed right now.
I would say, you know, Edgar has a lot of experience here. That was clean.
Yeah, I saw red.
Oh.
Oh, previously, so Brian Martell's body punch challenge was given a Mianai. So either there wasn't a viable angle or something was going on.
See it. So he still does have his video review card, which both coaches just put in. It was a pretty good trade. It looked like two jabs to the chin.
I didn't see Edgar's. It looked like Edgar slipped off the target, but I saw Alexander. So we'll see. The referees are looking for good timing, good distance, good technique, good zanshin, which is the awareness after the strike, and good sporting attitude. So he exhibited all of those. We'll see if they're going to acknowledge the distance and the targeting on that jab. I think that's the biggest question for Edgar's challenge.
Now, I know Edgar's 2 points so far have been timing points, but when you have a timing lead, or I mean a 2-point lead now, you know, you could really look for more countering, you know, maybe more block and counter, move and hit, to not allow a chance at your opponent to get a point here.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, if you're ahead, you know that they're going to increase their offensive productivity. They're going to come at you a little more. So if you're engaging and you're taking that interception timing, you're still giving their attack a viable opportunity to score, especially if they're initiating. You know, that's a really good point, working that block and counter, that gono-sen, that defeats their attack that you know they're going to do, and it gives you an opportunity to build on your lead. Very good point.
But it's tough because, you know, his 2 points so far have been timing.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not broke, you know, no need to change from it. No need to deviate from something that's working, especially against a fighter that, you know, you're able to time him, you're able to catch him coming in. That has to eat away at his confidence a little bit to know that you gave him your best attack and they just took it and picked it off pretty easy. Judges going over the jab exchange
for both athletes. Might take some time.
So one cool thing about these divisions that these fighters are qualifying for, they are qualifying for a spot at the Junior Pan American Games. But what also they have an opportunity for, the people that, the 18 to 20 athletes that go to the Junior Pan American Games, the winners of those divisions actually earn their spot at the Senior Pan American Games, which will be in 2023 in, where is it?
Seniors is in Santiago, Chile.
Yeah, so that's a huge opportunity back to, you know, the Olympics are going to happen this year, but, you know, who knows going forward. So the Pan American Games will, you know, go back to possibly being our premier event. So for these young athletes to have a long-term goal like that, such a great opportunity to have to look forward to.
Nice attempt at a takedown there.
Good job escaping there and wasting another 2-3 seconds and forcing Alexander to stand up. That was smart.
There was an attempt at some of that kicking ability.
Crazy flexibility and caginess. Wow. Made contact too, just in the middle of the
low
back.
on the back. 1 second. And that match will go to Edgar.
All right, 2-0 Edgar. Good showing. All right.
So Alexander handed his first loss as well. He'll drop down to the second bracket, work his way back up.
So we're gonna looks like we're gonna stay with -67 for now. The next match we're gonna have Riley Smith from Pittsburgh versus Jerome. He's from Dallas as well, right?
Yes, he is. So Jerome came over for a practice maybe a couple weeks ago, and I was getting to work with him, and we were just fitting in a quick match at the end of the practice that day, and I was feeling pretty good moving around, and I felt like I got him a couple times, and you know, practice is about to wrap up. He kicked me right in the head so hard, I was like, man, good job, kid. Golly.
That's what's cool about karate. Karate is the only sport where you kick your best friend in the face more often than not.
Yeah. So watch out for that head kick. Riley coming from a great family in Pittsburgh. One of the coaches for USA Karate, Dustin Paulus.
Nice sweep and change of targeting up top. Riley right off the bat. So that's one thing that I really like to see from fighters when they mix up their target areas. All too often today, everybody is just a headhunter. We have jabs up top, udas up top, hook, round kicks up top. Mixing it up with the sweeps and the body shots, it's just awesome. It keeps your opponent on edge.
Nice movement from Riley. Jerome looking for timing a little bit, but you're right, that sweep is...
Oh, nice switch. Riley mixing his targets, inside leg, up top to the chin, kick to the belly, kick to the back. Jerome looks a little frazzled. That's just one of the beautiful things about mixing up your target areas. Your opponent doesn't know where to go, especially if you can get them backpedaling and looking for your attack. You're going to be able to attack faster than most people are going to be able to defend.
No one wants to fall down on the ground. And so every time you're tapped in the leg, that just reminds you of that chance. And it really can shake an athlete. So Riley's done two now where it kind of threw Jerome off his game like a little bit. And he wasn't able to do the timing it looked like he was setting up for.
And even if he doesn't get this point here, that has to weigh into Jerome's head a little bit. You know, he was off-centered. That's a controlling move. He was hit to the back and pelted. So even if the point isn't awarded, it was still a heavy kick that made noise and it's giving Riley some confidence. Oh, and the point was awarded. All right.
Back kick, 2 points, and Senju. That's a pretty big blow, but it's still, of course, pretty early. Ooh. Wow,
so
going
that was
right
really
off.
slick by Riley. Gets a point. Jerome's trying to reset, figure out what's going on. Before he even gets a chance to figure out what's going on, Riley's back on top of him. Great job with the up top.
There's a third attempt at a sweep, making Jerome move backwards a little bit. Yeah, Riley still feeling very defensive. Oh, wow, very nice.
Up top, 1-2. Jerome needs to wake up. This is a great way to have your first match, too. It's just, Riley's making a statement right now. He wants to take the match, wants to take this division. He's going to plant a seed in the referee's heads that when he attacks, he's doing something.
Yeah, even still, winning 4 with Senju. I haven't seen any defensive from Riley yet. He's been all offense, even still controlling, moving backwards, but then going on offense. I haven't seen any counters. Jerome takes a strong counter, though.
That was really good time by Jerome there. A little bit lazy on the finish. He needs to be aware. You know, there's always going to be the opportunity for a follow-up by your opponent, but really, really good timing.
see if that makes Riley second guess being offensive like this. Let Jerome come at you. Let Jerome force the work, and then you can take your counter opportunities. But Riley's still looking for offense. Surprising. Jerome took a point to get closer with a defensive point when he's the one that really should be on offense.
Oh, Jerome with a nice setup, and on just a little just uncontrolled after his effort. Needs to stay engaged and ready for the next one. All right, just coach challenging that head kick.
Yeah, a lot of the times these, you know, with these athletes, younger athletes, you know, the excitement of that head kick made, you know, he jumped right out. If
Just the younger athletes.
Yeah. Oh.
The one thing I would say on Jerome's excitement is he's removing himself from having the opportunity to follow up. Like, if you throw a big, strong kick at your opponent, they're not going to be centered to react to what's immediately next, and that's where get your feet on the ground, keep your eyes on the target, be ready for the next hit. If you hit them,
stay in the middle of the ring, you know, stay in that position.
Right, it's very silly to give up a penalty right now, give up an out of bounds that he may need to play with later on if he takes the lead on this match. That's one of the things about the, like the 16, 17, the 18 and 20 divisions that just makes it fun to watch, because physically they're fast and strong.
You never
capable.
know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's reckless. It's like watching a monster truck rally.
Now this...
Babies.
Sensei, do you want to join us?
Yeah, we're accompanied by ring controller Sensei Furuya Madani, giving us some feedback on our commentary. Really good feedback we're getting.
I'm learning.
Thank you, Sensei. See, during this time, Tom, so when your coach challenges and there's this extended break, what's going through your head? What are you thinking of in those moments?
Man, that's a great question. Yeah, I mean, you definitely get a glance at the scoreboard and the clock, and you start to think about what you've seen your opponent do, and you know, come up with a game plan.
The challenge denied for the head kick by Red.
Penalty for stepping out.
And the penalty for out of bounds. Good awareness by the referee.
Let's see what Jerome's been drawing up in his head since he's been waiting. I mean, it was a close head kick. Maybe taking an opportunity to try and set that up again.
Yeah, he was right there.
Riley with the offense, man.
What's cool about Riley's offense, too, is he's throwing everything with intent. Like, he did a step-up side kick there. He did 1-2s up top. He did 1-2s underneath. He did round kicks to the inside, to the outside. He did sweeps. He did a check sweep back fist. He's skilled. I like that check sweep back fist there, too. That was quick. A little off target, but that was very, very nice.
Grabbing on blue.
And we got 22 seconds left. 4-1 blue. Blue has Senshu, so Drone needs to start working.
Yeah, he should really be throwing. We haven't seen much.
You see, and you know, kudos to Riley on that. It's difficult for him to throw because Riley's throwing everything at him and then some, so he has to be aware of the follow attack. This is a great job holding a lead, showing controlling offense. You know, even if Jerome was to get that head kick, and if Riley was to somehow lose that Senshu, the judges are all going to give that to Riley because he just controlled the ring.
Even from the outside.
And great communication between his coach and his athlete. That's awesome. I think Coach Dustin Baldus has been working with him since he was in the womb, so they have a long history.
Oh, wait, sorry, we're on the... We shouldn't be on the... Hold on.
All right, so with Gabby and Gia up for their second match, this is a win or go home situation for both of them.
So now we're entering the losers bracket, and as you said earlier, it's double elimination. So they're going to fight the bracket through until there's a finalist, and after a finalist is selected, then we're going to go back and redo the losers bracket to figure out the real finalists. Well, both finalists rather. So as both these girls have one loss earlier, yep, this is... They lose, they're done for the day, and I believe the winner here would advance to the finals since there's just 3 of these girls in this division.
And Alexandra awaiting them in the finals. She has no losses yet, so he'll have the winner of this match will have to try and beat Alexandra
Twice.
Crazy when you haven't seen people in like over a year, and then all of a sudden, you know, you get a little event like this. And
Yeah, Will Gatch looks like he's about to break from his jacket. He's clearly been benching.
wish you heard that.
All right, getting this minus 61 bracket match under the way.
Max, you haven't done any referee yet? Max, you haven't done any referee yet?
So thinking back on these guys' last match, you know,
Kathy, rotate.
Gia took that last second timing punch. They both traded early on. Oh no, that was Alexandra. But Gia did have a punch in the last 10 seconds or so.
The corner. Yeah, she
got that
snuck one
cinch in.
out. That was a very, I don't want to say inactive, but there wasn't a ton of exchanges in that match. So
I wonder if we'll see more here, or a little bit of hesitation with, you know, the implications of losing and being done for the day.
I'll say they both look pretty calm and ready to go. So we'll see what they come out of the gate with.
All right, let's go.
I was surprised watching their previous match because Gabriella is a decent size bigger than Gia. She didn't really make use of her size advantage. I didn't see much long attacks or controlling that gap and not letting Gia enter. Gia looked like she was able to move pretty freely. I was kind of surprised to see her play that. Gia looks a little more comfortable now. She's a little more explosive, a little lighter on her feet and quicker on her feet. And we got the jitters out of the way after her match with Alexandra.
Yeah. These guys definitely should be feeling that at this point. You know, you've had that first match, blowing out your lungs, and you have good sweat going now. And
you know, that's an interesting aspect to think about going into this, and not really an advantage for anybody, but just coming out of this lockdown, this being the first, you know, official USA Karate event team selection in a very, very long time. You can see that there's a little bit of ring rust with everybody, and you know, their preparation definitely was going to play into this. We saw a lot of that in their first match. Gia throwing attacks from way outside the gap. It looks like she's trying to pull out a reaction or pull Gabriella out for a counter. There doesn't seem to be much intent behind the but she's showing it.
yeah. And I'd say so far in the judge's mind, you know, she's probably taken the action, you know, initiating most. You know, not much has happened yet, but if they take it down to the wire, it does pay to put in a little bit more work, a little bit more of that effort.
Aggression, ring, more difficult techniques. Those are some of the criteria that the judges are looking for when it comes to a Hante. So even just the quantity of techniques, if their techniques are the same, but one fighter threw more, then that's going to weigh into their mind. Oh, we have a call here.
Single flag.
Only
No
one
point.
flag, no point. All right, we're halfway through this match, minute and a half, 0-0, no penalties.
But that's another thing that weighs in is, you know, who was closest to scoring a point. So far, Gabriella's had one flag, you know, for a close, semi-close score. Looks like our scoreboard is down a little bit.
But you know, that's a very interesting point you raised. That's one of those things it's gonna vary day to day, ring to ring, depending on who your panel is on, you know, what they're looking for, just regular movement.
Yeah,
That's why
so still at the end of the day, I mean, it is just such a judgment call, Huntes, and
You have to. It's what makes sport interesting. You have to do your best to control and earn everybody's respect. Easiest way to do that, just but with your body language, with the difficulty techniques, your contact, your control, your ring presence, your sportsmanship. There's a lot of things you can do to influence the outcome.
Gia putting in a lot of work now. See if she makes something of it. I feel like she's got you know, some opportunities here. She's just not taking. All right, 2 flags for red. One for blue. Two for blue.
2 for blue, 1 and 1. Very good.
1 and 1.
So that was
Another
the
trade.
strongest attack I've seen from Gia, but it only came off of Gabriella's initiation. So is she...
Maybe both the counter here a little bit.
So you know her. Does she prefer to counterattack? Is she more aggressive? What is this her game plan, you think?
I think at this point too, yeah, she's looking to dominate the mid game and the movement, and force Gabby to feel uncomfortable and have to attack out of it. I don't think Gia wants to go on offense.
She's doing a really good job of controlling the ring. I like this. If she can just show... Oh, that's a nice angle move up, and she touched out of bounds first. Well, that's going to be her third, so she's going to have Hansu Kachui, so she's going to not have that option of taking it out of bounds for the rest of the match or grabbing. She's going to have to keep that in the back of her mind.
Yeah, 30 seconds. She's going to have to be strong, staying in the middle of the ring.
She can
That's
keep that same
danger
control.
of taking angles in the corner, though.
Yeah, she's got to be aware of that ring. 20 seconds.
Gabby putting the pressure on now in the 20 seconds.
See, the last impression is really, really important. That's just going to, be the freshest memory in the judge's mind. So we'll see if they try to leave a lasting impression. Got 3 seconds. And under. That was close. 2 red and
2 blue.
Wow. So this is really close. Well,
Wow.
Coach is challenging, but there's 2 blue, so no need to challenge.
Here we go, judge's
All right,
decision.
so tie. So I think that G rolled most of the match, but I think Gabriella was more aggressive at the end.
And we got
and we
win
got a
for
split,
Gia.
3-2.
3-2. Pretty close.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, that's when it goes to Hunte. That is what both athletes, there's no guarantee, right? And that sacrifice, or that's the penalty for letting a match go to Hunte. They want you, referees want you to force the action, but you want to make sure that
Screenshot it. Yeah, so I would agree with that outcome of the Hante. Just it was pretty split down the middle for them to go 3-2. That just shows those little things influence them all differently.
this will be a great match.
And so we're going to see a lot of athleticism here. We're going to see a lot of covering the distance and a lot of versatility from these fighters. We saw a lot of kicks, a lot of movement, a lot of forward, a lot of back from Edgar in his first match, and we saw everything from Riley in his first match.
So we got Riley from Pittsburgh and Edgar from Florida. I wonder if Riley will play this the same way.
Yeah, I'm excited for this match. Looking at all the fighters that are present today, I think this is going to be one of the elite matchups of the day. I'm very excited on Edgar's potential and very excited for Riley as well. And Riley showed he's ready to fight today, and Edgar's a gamer, so he's all there. So I think this is going to be one of our best fights for sure. All right, so we have confirmation on the video challenges. Looks like this is going to be considered a semifinal match, so the coaches will be awarded their video challenges back.
Even if they lost them in a previous match. I'll be curious if Riley keeps up that aggression, even with Edgar. But he's looking fired up.
So one thing I'd say about all of Dustin's students is they are very consistent. They do what they train, and they do it well. So I think you're going to see the same Riley regardless of who he's fighting.
Yeah.
Which is great. I mean, you can always make strategies for who you're fighting, but if you stay in your comfort zone and you make your opponent adapt to you, that's a great way to be.
There's a little foot tap. Some good movement. Edgar very patient here.
See a lot more respect coming from Edgar in this situation. I think he's acknowledging the speed and just the diversity of skills that Riley can throw at him. That's one thing I really like about Edgar. He has a lot of patience, but always ready to pull the trigger. You hear Dustin, Riley's coach, talking about missed opportunities, was able to make his opponent miss a kick and didn't take advantage of it with any effort there.
That's a big part of, potential for any athlete's game is, yeah, you have your offensive side, what you plan up, what you drop in your head, and what you execute. But then you got to be ready for when your opponent makes a mistake, misses a kick, whatever.
That's a great point. That's something I'm seeing a lot of today, especially maybe it's just the junior athletes and just a little bit of that inexperience, not taking advantage of opportunities that they worked so hard to create.
I heard you out there when you were coaching earlier with some of your athletes, and you were trying to get them to capitalize on overextension, missed kick.
Exactly, and it's just that. The athlete did all the work. Oh, great exchange by both fighters. We have a lot of contact from red. And
we got 3 flags for red.
Bunch. All right. Good call by Riley's coach. There was a good effort up top. I saw contact. Let's see if the judges will award it. But yeah, as what you're saying, a fighter does a lot of work to create an opportunity, makes their opponent come out when they're not ready, and just doesn't take advantage of it.
I remember doing a lot of work, watching video review a couple years ago, and I was just watching matches, and I ended up kind of calculating that in any given match, your opponent is going to make 3 to 5 mistakes, like a missed kick or got too close on accident. So it'd be like if you were prepared to react and take advantage, let's just say 1 point, it'd be like starting every single match up 3-0. Like who wouldn't want to take advantage of opportunities if you were consistent? You don't have to take every single one, but if you are trained to do so,
and to be present and aware when that opportunity presents itself to take it,
then it's points that you didn't even have to work for.
Yeah, and especially, a match doesn't have that many opportunities. 10, 15, on a high level, good exchanges, good real clashes and efforts in a 3-minute match. Mm-hmm. If you can take that from 10 to 15 to 15 to 20, that can only lead it to yourself in your favor. And it's just such an easy one to see when a fighter is out of position and their opponent makes an attack. It's way easier for judges to make that call versus like a situation like this where both fighters attacked. They both hit, but only one was awarded.
Mm-hmm. So, Edgar up 1-0 now with Senchu. Riley's going to have to get to work, but he's got a minute to do it.
I am a big fan of what Riley's doing.
That was some great entry movement, very jittery, unpredictable, and then that body kick came out.
And he is so quick and strong off of those little angle movements. To make that cut and be centered to attack strong, that's right up their coach's game plan. That's 90% of what they do. And again, he does what he does, and he does it well.
Riley doing a good job up close in the clinch too, controlling with his strength and his size here.
That angle work that was pretty. That was some high-level stuff that we just saw. But I'm happy to see Edgar. Edgar's not rattled. He made a mistake there.
Mm-hmm.
Give himself a little pep talk. He's back on it. Let's see what the adjustment is right now, because he doesn't look to be rattled at all.
But I think what's throwing him off is, and it's throwing me off too, is I'm expecting to see Edgar go on offense, but Riley is continuing the offense. Even
I don't think he knows how to fight any other way.
Yeah. There's 2 red flags, and Edgar's going to get 1 to make up the distance a little bit.
You're absolutely right. Like, Edgar needs to be turning the pace. He needs to be the one pushing the action here. Riley has 30 seconds with a 1-point lead. Edgar's down by 1 with Senchu. Mixing up the targets, I like it. Show hands, try to slip the kick in there. There's a lot of cage. Good break of distance.
Nice duck.
Riley needs to be careful with the grabbing warnings.
Oh, that punch was close.
I like the contact.
10 seconds.
Oh. This is going to be an interesting one.
I heard a pop on
There
that.
was a lot of contact, but he did a good job of wrapping his hand around Riley's guard to make contact. You could argue it's a hook. You could argue it was a good line technique. The inside clench work is just so evolving today. It's always changing and what the referees are trending and allowing. I'm going to be interested to see what happens here because we can't argue. There was definitely contact.
Yeah, we heard it.
The biggest variable right now is
The technique.
does the panel acknowledge good karate technique? You know, kudos to Riley on that effort. He was fully aware, and he put his guard in a position to block off the line of 95% of punches for Edgar. And kudos to him as well to have the awareness to loop his punch a little bit to get to the target. It was very, very quick, high-level adjustments.
I have a feeling that, you know, either one of these athletes handed a loss. We'll probably see this rematch later on.
Yeah, I would double down on that. This is probably going to be our finals. I mean, Alexander's a great fighter, too. I think that he was just giving up a little bit too much ring control and getting thrown out of his rhythm while fighting. I think that these guys do a better job of keeping the match under their terms. So we have 8 seconds left. So regardless of what happens, we're going to see a lot of action in the next couple seconds. Riley only has one Category 2 penalty, so he has an out-of-bounds to play with. Oh, challenge denied. So Edgar's down by 1, 8 seconds left. Both fighters have penalties to play with. Edgar does not want to use a penalty because he'll lose his senshu. Oh, nice sweep! All right, Edgar did a lot of great stuff there, and so did Riley. Holding a lead, mixing in offensive efforts while cutting the distance and changing position.
That inside leg sweep to just kind of throw him off balance and make you regroup or make your next attack more predictable.
So great.
That was pretty good.
And that's the perfect time to use that check sweep to the front when you know they're entering. Especially, you guys, I don't know if you guys can tell with the stream, but Riley definitely has Edgar beat on weight. He is a heavier person. Edgar is probably tickling -6. He's definitely on the lighter side of 67. And just the Smith family, Riley's family, is just a strong family physically. They're just strong people. So I don't know if that was in their tactics to use that strength advantage or just the way they fight. But a lot of great things there.
All right, so here we're coming back to the -61, what could be the final or would lead to our next match, which would be a final. A must-win situation for Gia. And what I've been coaching my athletes in situations like this, you know, when you're in Aka's position, Alexandra, you know, you have a loss to give even, is to allow that to let you be a little more carefree, you know, let your techniques out, let them loose. What ends up happening is, you know, by taking those risks, you even end up feeling good, moving more, scoring more. It can really free you to have a good position in this first elimination match, and maybe you don't even have to take it to a second match.
Yeah, I echo that 100%, and even just today entirely, Alexandra coming off the 2 hip surgeries, I mean, she has nothing to lose. She has nothing to prove to anybody. She's just getting warmed up, so she shouldn't have any pressure on her. It should be whatever happens, happens, and again, yeah, that could be a great way to let you be your best. If you're 100% of your 60%, that's great. That's better than being bottled up and only fighting at 50% when you trained perfectly, so... And she looks comfortable. I have a feeling that Alexandra's really not trying to be too busy because she knows she probably doesn't have the best stamina right now. So showing her experience on knowing how to approach the match.
Yeah. That's exactly how that last match went too, though, right? Gia looked like she dominated the action, the initiative, and then Alexandra, patient, had those two really nice scores. She looks to be putting that forward again. Nice and patient, watching Gia.
See, a big thing that I advocate for is, don't show if there's anything not perfect. If you have an injury, if you're tired, if you're nervous, it doesn't matter what. You don't let anybody see that. And if I didn't know that Alexandra had hip surgery prior to this, I wouldn't have guessed it. I would have just thought that she's a patient fighter. So kudos to her keeping a poker face and not giving up any insight to their opponent. Great job coming out of the pocket
trapped
there.
In the corner.
See, back to you get trapped in the corner, it ruins your ability to move freely. And Alexandra knows she has a stationary target. Right choice to take off there. Either either her opponent goes out of bounds or she gets a point. Both are great. Getting her first point on the Senju there.
Oh, and we had a second official agreeing. 2 points for red.
All right, controlling lead halfway through the match. 1:25 left.
Gia getting to work, her coach. Gia's coach asking for more action.
So it looks like Gia has a lot of skills. What I'm not seeing a lot of is the setup. It just seems like they're being thrown, and it looks like it's easy for her opponent to kind of read what technique is coming when there's no preparation.
She's throwing, but they're not connected to the techniques.
Yeah, like we were speaking earlier, she was throwing those punches from far as an effort to fake and do something, but there was no connection. There was no distraction for the foot into the hand or the hand into the foot, and it lets her opponent react pretty simply.
40 seconds. Gia's got some head kick ability. There was a close one in that first match.
Yeah, Alexandra can't relax. Gia does have great kicks, so she needs to be aware, because one kick will just turn the tides of this match.
Or under 30. Alexandra throwing a kind of a half punch there.
Oh, nice effort
There's
on the
kick.
wraparound. 15 seconds. Oh, 15 seconds now. And so Alexandra's not going to want to give up that out of bounds. Just want to hold it for as long as possible. Good job on the mix of pace there. Back, and excellent. Brian Nixon, good choice on the challenge there. Not going to do anything with it after the match.
Got to.
And that kick was... I don't think that kick is going to get called, but it was the best attack in the last 20 seconds. And if it goes through, that's a game-winning match.
Yeah.
Game-winning challenge.
1 second on the clock, too, so...
If this challenge doesn't go through, Alexandra just has to not get kicked in the head.
Yeah, this would be a Senju sacrifice, jump out of bounds, in my opinion.
Just wrap your hands around your head and not let yourself get kicked.
Or get kicked in the body, just keep the Senju?
Yeah.
Or give the Senju and...
I mean, I would just not get kicked in the head. I'd rather not get kicked, period, but definitely not in the head in the situation.
This is a smart choice.
Bold strategy, Cotton?
Yeah.
So we were speaking a little earlier on like what you do during this break in the action.
You got to write up plans, and you got to guess what your opponent's must-do move would be.
Yeah, and it's pretty. You're going to have two situations. You're going to have the challenge accepted or the challenge not accepted, and these are all 18 to 20 young adults. They should have the sense of mind and the awareness. These are the two possibilities, and have an exit plan for either situation. What are you going to do in this situation? What are you going to do in that situation? And be ready to execute. I think this is an exercise that not enough younger athletes practice. Like being thrown in a weird situation, having a couple seconds to recalibrate, and then being thrown into it and having to execute with, especially right now, with a tiny bit of time left. How do you play?
Yeah.
Alexandra has more flexible options with the lead and Senshu. Gia has to know how are you going to get that kick in now. If she challenge was denied, so how is she going to score an E-pun? She has to know only E-puns are valid.
Yeah, fake forward, move back.
And good job by Alexandra. Show back, cut angle.
Yeah.
By the time they realize 1 second's gone. Great job. All right, so Alexandra, fresh out of surgery, secures her spot to the Junior Pan Am Games. Congratulations to her.
Oh, rematch.
Zaylen and Alexandra, because this is the first match of the losers bracket. So these two gentlemen are going to fight, and then the winner here will fight with Edgar, and then never mind. I forgot an athlete.
Not so much.
No, it's the winner here would move forward, and then Jerome, they would fight Jerome, and then the winner there would fight Edgar. Correct. All right. And then the final winner, the winner of that will go to the finals and fight Edgar. Riley. Riley's going to have a big break. Riley has 3 or 4 matches before he's going to go, so he can relax and get a sip.
Regain some energy for that offense, huh?
He doesn't look like he needs to regain any energy.
Yeah, you're right.
He just kept going. I got tired watching him.
All right. Hopefully Zaylen feels a little more comfortable. I'd really like to see him. You know, I practiced with him this week, and man, his speed, his sweeps. I'd like to see him put in a little bit more. But of course, Alexander's going to control the moments. He's going to be moving around a little bit. All right, and we're off. Nice work. That was exactly open to see from Zaylen. The head kick brought the hands up, and then was there to follow straight to the face. Really nice. I guarantee you, Alexander's feeling really good though. He's gonna bring it right back. Yeah, he looks composed. He looks.
Nice mix-up with the targets.
Oh my goodness!
Wow. Good.
Big E-palm. The kick was close, but he wrapped it right up, didn't he?
So that was a great kick, but it looked like he was pulling that kick out. Like he entered without a score and was watching his leg, and he followed his leg the whole time. I think that was a set technique to pull out the hook kick. So we've seen Alexander throw that counter hook kick maybe 4 or 5 times. I would not be surprised if Tommy made that adjustment. Zaylen's coach, Tommy.
A little bit of a high kick.
Yeah, this looks like a different Zaylen. He looks way more comfortable. Maybe that first match just a little tight and jittery.
Yeah.
He needs to stay awake though. Got a little stuck on that one.
So that's all I was saying. That Zaylen, he's putting a lot of good pressure forward, but when that pressure comes back at him, he's not moving back at all. You know, he's not absorbing it. He's either, you know, when he's pushing forward, it's going down. He's scoring or you're scoring. You know.
That works great when he pulls the counter. He just can't get stuck there and not do anything.
Yeah.
So if he's going to counter, he better pull the trigger on the counter.
Yeah.
My only hesitation with that is if you only give one look, your opponent can get used to it and become acclimated to them.
Mm-hmm.
If he can mix it up and change it up, then that's great. Hey, I see somebody cool over there.
Yeah. Back with that aggressiveness. Really should look for some timing.
Ooh, good follow-up by Alexander.
Two flags for red. The only bad part about if you're going to guess and you're going to take timing to the face, if they happen to throw an offense to the body, you'll lose.
Yeah, I didn't like that whole exchange from Zalen. It looked like he was tunnel vision to jabbing the face and did what to do before anything else happened. It just was not a quality exchange. He needs to be more present, more engaged, and react to what's happening.
And as one of the, shorter athletes in this category, he could dominate the body level,
Absolutely.
Staying low.
It's easier for him to get anything.
That was close. The distance. He needs to push forward a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Alexander's gained control of the pace of the match. Zalen hitting out of bounds again. That's his second. They're going to give it or give a push? They're going to give that a bounce.
Zalen's best game so far has been offense, being unpredictable, so I'd hate to see him hang back here and let Alexander get some points on him.
Yeah, I agree. Something was working. Change the look.
There's that timing body punch.
And as you're saying, that underneath is very, very easy for him. He's strong. He's a little shorter. Perfect timing. I like that underneath.
Yeah, that's what I'd be telling him to do all day. If that's there again, I'd take it again. Yeah, the coach is saying the same.
Do it again. See, I'm not a fan of just staying in one place. Zalen good follow.
Oh, double punch.
He has 35 seconds. 5-2 for Zalen.
Oh, man. Yeah, I thought that popped him pretty good right in the face. Knocked his mouthpiece out.
Yeah, that was a good kick.
It was half blocked. He almost had it blocked.
Yeah, but he powered through with the kick, so. Good awareness, good targeting by Alexander.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were just saying, Zalen was controlling the pace of the match, controlling the tempo, controlling when exchanges happened, and he deviated from that, and Alexander was able to work his way back into the match. Zalen's not nearly as comfortable waiting. He's way more comfortable initiating and aggressing and being controlling.
Yeah. He still has Senchu here, so blue is winning. We got 30 seconds. Big, strong jab from red. He takes the lead there. Up 6-5.
Kick was right on target. Oh. Good awareness by Alexander, picking the target. Very nice.
Yep.
Right. Zalen down by 2, 9 seconds left, has Senchu. He still has a lot of time. He can still work multiple exchanges. Let's pick a target.
Penalty on red, perhaps?
I'm not seeing any. Yeah. Oh, yes. All right, so that takes his ability to go out of bounds out of the way. This is, Zalen still has hope here. He needs to stay on him.
That was close. That was
that was
young gun move there, wasn't it?
Silliness.
Just jumped out of
run out of bounds
after he'd won, but
time had
was pretty close.
I think it was just as the buzzer happened. Oh well, he dodged a bullet on that one. I'm sure Myrtle would not have been happy.
Strong. I'm really just glad for Zalen too to come out and show that kind of, will, to come back and want to fight that way. So it was a good effort there. And that just comes down to learning, getting, someone's going to be kicking at your head. How are you going to do that next time? How are you going to handle that next time?
I wonder how much of that adjustment mid-match to, take its foot off the gas was the plan, or just having a 4-point lead and to not be less risky. I'm curious on that. I'm curious what the conversation between Zalen and his coach is going to be later on. Mm-hmm. I know his coach is Tommy Hood is very methodical on how he approaches things and has a plan for the beginning, the middle, and the end of the match, and situational play. So there must have been some kind of miscommunication there.
If I were in Zalen's shoes, I would let that lead sit for a little bit longer.
Absolutely.
You don't have to throw down right there and then, but that's Zalen with that forward presence and that standing strong in his spot. you know, something was going to happen. I'd like to see a little more rings, you know, angle changes or corner changes, and let that lead sit for a little bit, you know.
I agree. If you can whittle off 15 seconds from the clock, that'd be great. And a step further on that holding your ground, it's great when it works. But if your opponent is able to read it and do something with it, you have to adjust. Like Zalen had a 4-point lead, tried to be a statue and intimidate his opponent and hold his center, and his opponent worked through it. And his opponent worked through it again. You have to adjust.
Yeah.
Like, that's... You just have to adjust. And there's no excuse to not change it. If it's not working once, it's not working twice. All right, what's plan B? What's plan C? What's the next option? Go back to what was working. I was surprised when Alexander started pulling some momentum and started pulling some flags that they just didn't go back to what they were doing at first. I was very surprised on that. And that's interesting, too, because it wasn't a one-off. It was like watching 3 different matches there. The first minute, Zalen pushed the action and fought, and it was beating up his opponent. The second minute, Alexander worked his way back in and kicking Zalen off, who was just kind of accepting it. In the third minute, Alexander was holding and icing and using his lead. And, yeah, Zalen just did not work around it.
All right, so we have Jerome in blue and Alexander going off a back-to-back match in red.
So Alexander, if he keeps on winning, he's gonna stay fighting because he's at the bottom of the losers bracket. He's gonna work his way forward. So Edgar, watching on the side, he'll be fighting the winner of this match. But yeah, same thing with Jerome. The winner here would fight continuously, going forward. Whoever continues to fight.
This is semi-finals?
No. This is quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals. Anybody lost their card?
Alexander. No, I don't think so.
All right, so there'll be no challenges for either coach in this match, as they both lost it earlier. Challenge cards will be reinstated in medal matches. So in the match for bronze and the final matches, they'll be reinstated there. All right, let's get this match underway.
Sitting in the stands, you need your mask on. Guys, please have your masks on if you're out in the stands spectating.
Jerome needs to stay in bounds. If I'm his coach, I'm telling him stay in bounds. That's the 4th or 5th time he's done an attack and decided to jump out of bounds afterwards. We can see Alexander going back to his normal, a little bit of back movement, a little bit of circling, fate, and then back on it. Controlling the movement, not so much the center, but controlling when action happens.
Yeah, he's done that all day so far. Both those punches missed, I thought. And we got a flags for blue.
Yeah, I like blue. He got his arm out
He was
there and made
underneath
contact.
him, huh?
Yeah, good contact. I'm sure that Myrtle would have challenged that if they had it, because Red made a good strike as well, but...
I think that might have been the punch that I saw that maybe just looked...
Oh, nice step behind effort. No follow-through, though. That was great positioning. 2 minutes, 1-1. Red was sent you. Oh, nice underneath by blue. And he put a flag out. 2 flags for blue, 1 for red.
So he takes the lead.
Nice to see more underneath, too.
I'm a big fan. I always think that 2 athletes like racing to the body, 2 body punches is like the pinnacle
classic
of our sport. You know, like, yeah.
That's
the one exchange you haven't seen leave the sport in 40 years. See, that's what I'm talking about. Jerome's ability with the lead to go backwards sometimes. Put the pressure on, and then you can back up if you feel... Oh, that was a close. Turning your back on your kick, that's scary. But I think he's doing a good job of...
Ooh! Both of them very good.
Punch. No flags.
Just a lot of contact, a lot of action. Referees probably having a hard time seeing which one to call there. Surprised there wasn't more flags there. Either way. Nice by both, and good initiation by Red.
2 for
I'm
Red.
surprised they're not calling that Joe Guy there, because he went out of bounds again before the Yame. Two to 2, Red Wasenchu. These guys are both very, very quick, backward and forward. Ooh. All right. See, that's not a bad out of bounds right now. It's 28 seconds left. It's his first one. He wasn't comfortable. He didn't like the position. Even his coach affirming, good choice. You didn't like it. Reset. It's inconsequential to the scoreboard at this point. And now he gets himself back in a safe position. Gets a couple breaths under him. And comes out strong. Timing by Blue. Jerome with the chewed-on body punch. Very good. All right, 3 to 2. Red Wasenchu. 19 seconds left. Oh, did you see that kick earlier? Good cover.
No suggestion for Joe Guy there. 10 seconds.
Oh, be careful with the grabbing. You don't
That
want to
was
use
close.
it. Why isn't Blue going back? All right, good job holding the lead there.
And Jerome will move on.
Yeah, Jerome moving on. I am very concerned. He's dodged a couple of calls that easily could have given him out of bounds or grabbing or unnecessary penalties. His coach needs to tell him to be aware of the ring.
Not only the ring, but I get worried about him turning his back after his scores,
Yeah, if he thinks he scores a nice kick and turns around and celebrates and then eats a kick himself, man, that's a situation of defenseless attitude. So if he gets hurt, he won't even get the other person will be awarded and move on. So he needs to just be careful.
How about some nice quick counters in there, huh?
Hey, he showed a lot more speed in that match. I did not realize he was so quick. He didn't show that in the first match, so to see him loosening up and firing on all cylinders now. All right, so this is our semifinals. The winner here will advance to the finals. They both have a loss under their belts, so again, it's winner go home on this one.
We'll see if Edgar was pretty fired up about, even though he took that loss, he seemed pretty pumped. So we'll see if he comes back kind of like Zaylen did with a little bit of a vengeance in him.
I'm going red
beautiful
on that
trading timing. What was I talking about, man?
2 reds and 2 blues. So it's interesting with the angle. What I'm talking about. That's good shoot on stuff. Good job, boys. You guys earned a tip of the hat from us. So one thing I think is going to pan out at some point in this match is Edgar is perpetually engaged in the match. He does not fall asleep. And Jerome has moments of laziness and laxness and unawareness. And I would,
if he turns his head on Edgar might sniff that out for later as an opportunity.
Yeah, and Edgar was definitely scouting the matches earlier. And he's just good about that. He takes advantage of missed opportunities. So I'm waiting to see if this happens.
Some good pressure. Good escape by Jerome. Ooh. That punch made contact.
That was a good punch. That was clean. That was a good inside punch. And again, Jerome turning his head and eating a punch. Let's see, referee's call here. Defenseless attitude,
sometimes
clenching in,
ducking underneath,
with
and
no effort for
grabbing up,
combat or active defense. Yep. 2 minutes left. Oh, underneath by Edgar. 1 for blue and no call.
Ooh, close head kick.
Oh, good inside effort.
A little close.
A little too jammed up there, yep.
Oh! I made contact, but...
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know. I couldn't tell exactly where it hit. It looked on the upper back. It didn't look like it hit the neck or head area. The valid kicking target area for an ippon is the head, face, or neck. So if it made contact with the neck and the judges panel is able to see that, I can see it being awarded. Just depends where the foot made contact, I think.
It was a little interesting, too, because it wasn't his initial target. As he lifted for the kick, Jerome moved, and then the kick, you know, it almost made contact almost in a different area.
Yeah, and that speaks volumes to Edgar's kicking ability, just to have the natural targeting and tracing. It's a hard thing to do. Most people, when they throw kicks, they know where they're throwing it, and that's the only place they're throwing it. Edgar was able to adjust, and the points awarded, so judges were able to see that it hit the neck area of some point. Ippon going to Edgar, so now we have a 4-1 lead, and Senshu for Edgar.
Well, we've seen Jerome do the same. You know, he's had some kicks out there, too. I don't know if he scored any, but they were close.
Good. Good job sniffing out that kick by Edgar going into the takedown. That might pay. Let's see if Jerome gets a grabbing penalty on that. Not quite. Just letting the fight happen. Good job. 1 minute left. 4-1 red.
Yeah, this is the strategy I'm talking about. You know, be ready to take points. Edgar taking timing, but then also, you know, move around a little bit, change corners. Let that lead sit and frustrate your opponent. Ooh, some offense.
Cute. That was quick. Almost on target.
See, Edgar's now starting to give Jerome opportunities to score.
I wouldn't just say he's giving it. Jerome's putting some good pressure on and staying there. Edgar's not really wanting to make those attacks, and they're not high quality, and they're not on target, and I think that's due to Jerome's pressure. What Jerome has to do now is find a way to turn that into a point. He's pressing, and he's getting a reaction from Edgar. Edgar's coming out of the pocket. He's not countering. He's not finding a target. He's ducking, and it's getting muddy and sloppy, and he's not able to find the kick inside. He needs to work on picking off that timing once Edgar comes out. Or go first. He's there. Edgar's able to go, so Jerome can go as well. 13 seconds. It's the 5th or 6th time he's tried that move, and Edgar's able to stop it each time.
Yeah,
great job, Edgar.
Crushing the distance. Every one of those hook kicks, Edgar was jumping in body tight. There was no opportunity.
And again, he did a good job of just being aware of what his opponent's strengths are and taking it away. You know, even that kick that Edgar scored, Jerome wasn't aware of what's going on. He wasn't looking. He kind of was with that unawareness again, and Edgar with the awareness to take advantage of the opportunity and picked an open target.
Or one more match.
One
Sorry.
moment. Who is it? What is
Edgar and Riley.
state? Give me the state.
Florida and Pittsburgh.
Huh?
Florida and Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Florida and the state.
Not a state. Not a state. Pennsylvania.
Numbers.
I did it earlier.
That definitely got heard. I heard it and I didn't think anything wrong of it.
I did it earlier. I said Pittsburgh and Florida.
I said Miami versus New York at one point. I'm all over the place. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I said both. But even ISKC's not from Chicago. They're from. Yeah, that shit happens. Chicago is Illinois. Come on. I mean, like when you say. All right. So now we have the semifinals: Edgar from Miami versus Riley from Pittsburgh. So again, Riley has a win from the first match, so he can take a loss here and still move on. If Riley wins this, the division is over.
Well, we know Riley's going to come out with that offense.
Winning or losing, he's doing the same thing, which is, kudos to him. He knows what he does, and he knows what he does well. So
I really liked how he
Edgar makes
implemented
any
those split
adjustments in the
sweeps.
last match. He seems to have a little more of a bag of tricks he can pull on, forward or backwards or angles or kicks or punches. So his adjustment is going to be interesting to see.
Edgar's ability to adapt is pretty...
It's top tier. Riley back on with the follow-ups. I like the offense.
Hard body kick as a follow-up, always a good choice.
Yeah, everything has impact behind it.
There was that inside sweep. Being active in the clinch, that's great. He can afford that right now.
Yeah, I like that, just showing the offensive tempo off the bat.
Yeah.
Letting the judges know he's here to take the match. Oh, we have a video challenge from Blue.
Edgar's not even, doesn't seem sure about
Yeah,
it.
he doesn't. We'll see. He's shown a lot of composure, a lot of confidence, and just a lot of awareness of what's going on up to this point. Now it's getting a little dicey. Situation's a little changed. We're getting down to the wire, so we'll see if he can keep that composure and that clarity going into this potentially last match.
Mm-hmm.
See, I like Riley's attitude. Even yesterday, watching him around the hotel, working on his own, from his first match to his second match to now, there's not a difference. He's here to do what he does, and that's it. I'm wondering how much the size difference is playing into, because Riley is strong and only hits hard. Maybe in one match it doesn't weigh in, but you fight a couple of matches and you're getting pelted in the body a bunch of times with somebody bigger than you, that probably plays into it a tiny bit. Oh, a lot of contact there. Good follow by both.
Close head kick.
One flag for the head kick by Edgar.
And now Riley's coach going for the video review on that face punch.
The
He
face
stood
punch,
him up from the clinch, and then with that left hand, put it in there.
Even with that inside work, you can see the strength difference coming into play. Riley's one-hand manipulation of Edgar's very dominant. He's able to open a target and find it. I don't want to say easily, but pretty easily he's controlling Edgar inside. There's definitely a strength difference coming into account. But kudos to Edgar for staying on top of it, looking for the next attack, following with that kick. Again, just like he demonstrated in the last match, if there's an opportunity, he's ready to pounce on it.
What I'm seeing, too, that's interesting is there's twice now that Edgar went for a timing body punch. But Riley was, I guess, so explosive, he was far past it and too close, and they ended up in a clinch. But that's twice now. Edgar was looking for timing, in which he's been on fire all day. But in this instance, it was jammed or he missed, it slided. So
I'm wondering if Edgar's questioning the timing at all, because on those body shots that you're referencing, he was a little laggard with his hands. Like he drove in deep with his body but didn't fully commit with the hands, which made it easier for Riley to jam up. I don't think that the jamming of the punch is credit to Riley. I think it's just not the best punch that Edgar's thrown all day. See, and the challenge is successful. All right, so now it's going to be 1-0 Senchu for Riley.
just over 2 minutes left. A lot of time. Man, Edgar's getting close.
Wow!
Oh, my goodness.
What a fantastic head kick.
It started with the hands. He was leading with the hands, and as Riley was changing corners, that head kick came out.
And like he did in the last match, he followed his opponent with that kick because Riley had dipped to his right and then come back up to the left, and Edgar was able to chase him down with that targeting kick. That was excellent. Edgar definitely has a little more pep in his step now. Sometimes all you need is one to wake you up.
Oh!
Good control by the coach to not throw the flag on that kick. Just an awkward position. So a lot of times there'll be a good technique that happens with just a strange position, and the referees are a lot more hesitant to throw those than they would from a more orthodox position. So good discipline by his coach.
There's that shoot on timing punch. Finally got it in there.
And that one, he got his arm out first. That was an excellent technique. All right, 4-1. Riley has sent you with 1 point, so still a lot of work to happen here.
And that head kick that Riley threw, it came off of a big leg check, a big leg sweep. So some of Riley's best moments today have been off of, nice third.
That's why you follow up and you stay awake and you stay ready for the next one. 1-2, Riley wasn't totally aware. Edgar right there to take the next one.
That was nice. If Riley can...
Oh! Riley with a wonderful head kick.
And two flags for it, too.
And kudos to him. He's staying engaged and just working. That's great. And that's the second or third kick he had that was right there. And this one finally being awarded. So good job staying on top of it. Maybe he sees something to find that targeting on that kick because he's looking for it. Got 1 minute left. $40 seconds left.
I'm surprised. I mean, Riley's maybe giving it some time to think about. Not a lot of big sense of urgency. He does need two.
He needs one. Riley has sent you, so if he gets one,
right.
he's in a winning position.
So he's strategically maybe slowing the pace a little bit.
And looking for a perfect one up.
But Edgar was ready for that.
Yep. But that's the thing. Edgar's not the type of fighter that falls asleep. He's okay. So I don't know if that's the right tactic to try to lull him. Another up top counter.
There's another one.
All right, so now we have a 3-point deficit, 7-4.
That's the danger of entering in with that foot tap. You're entering the gap with no scoring ability. You know, if the opponent is for you.
All right, Edgar's timing is very, very good.
Now he's ready for it.
Yeah, and Riley doesn't seem to be setting. I mean, time's running out. He's a little frantic right now. He needs to not make the timing easy.
Oh.
Ooh, good shot to the body. Oh.
Yeah, that hurt.
He should stay on him. I don't know why he stopped, but should have stayed on him. That was a really heavy back kick.
Yeah, that was.
Edgar
He's feeling
is
that
hurting
now.
for air. He is lucky there's a couple minutes in between.
Yeah. Man, that was nice match. The best part about it, both these guys have a really awesome future in USA Karate. You know, what they'll be able to do.
Yeah, they'll be sticking around for the long term, that's for sure.
Good discipline on both for both of them, you know. Awareness, situation, patience. Ooh, this next match.
So the one thing I think that's going to be interesting now is Edgar's firing all cylinders, and I think he's figured something out with the timing in regards to Riley's entrance. Riley has a little bit of a quirky, off-timed, just cut of the gap with that check sweep. But he kind of leaves his face open when he does it, and you've seen those last 4 points. Edgar's target for the last minute and a half. He just keeps on scoring it.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if that's an adjustment on Riley's part. Seems to be pretty ingrained in him. It seems to be his natural entrance, his natural setup, his natural movement. It's hard to change that when that's your go-to way of moving. Fighters have a full 5 minutes between matches, so we'll resume the next match in 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, guys, we're on.
All right, so both fighters in this situation, because it's double elimination, they both have a loss, and they're both in the finals. So this comes down to a final match between them. The winner here earns a spot to the Junior Pan Am Games.
Two great athletes making a name for themselves. You know.
Good thing is, regardless of who wins, we know we're sending somebody strong
Yeah.
for the 67 category. I really think the deciding thing here is if Riley changes his look entering. If he gives Edgar that easy timing, Edgar will take it.
Edgar's pressure has been the difference. I'm just, looking at it right now. Edgar's really getting close, and Riley's kind of letting it happen.
He's working good inside afterwards. He was able to dodge the timing there. Edgar didn't take it. But he's still giving that same open-faced dive in almost.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this one, but we'll see, of course. But
yeah, I didn't have
we're
a good
pretty
angle.
close.
I had the back of Riley, so I couldn't see what Coach Dustin's challenging right now.
But I do think that is something Edgar will need to work on is when he gets into the clinch, sometimes when he's diving in close to kind of crush the kick or crush whatever clinch technique, he's just got his arms out.
You mean Riley on the diving in?
No, Edgar. So when he comes in close, he's got his arms out and he kind of relaxes too much. He's vulnerable, whatever the other guy wants to do.
And maybe that even double dips and makes it even easier for Riley to use that strength advantage and makes it even worse. Haven't heard too much from Coach Dustin Arp, so no on the challenge. Nothing
it's
immediate
pretty early
to see
on
with adjustments.
for the video, lose that video review.
Yeah, I was surprised. He's usually pretty conservative with his challenges too, so maybe they're trying to change the pace of the match early on.
Yeah.
So I'm not seeing a lot of strong cuts from Riley yet. Let's see if he brings that out in a little bit. Accepting the pressure and adjusting a little bit to that, so that's good.
Oh, almost a flashback, huh?
Edgar's kicks are that was a nice retargeting. See, in their first two matches, Riley would have been on top of him after defending the kick. I was surprised there wasn't a follow-up. Oh, that
was a fast one,
Red
too.
With the 1-2. We have 2 flags for each.
Wow,
very good.
Lots of trades today.
So that was the first time in this match that we've seen Edgar initiate a double technique. And he full speed and confidence and hit his target. Riley had great timing, but we'll see now. Riley's kind of taking his foot off the offense a little bit. Edgar's not afraid to take it. Again, right on top of an opportunity. That's great.
You see that kick from the ground? He went for a head kick from the ground. We've seen
busy.
1 or 2 of those before.
Nothing in the rule says you can't score from that position. No. Give yourself more opportunities to score. I don't really know if he went for a score there. I think he was just trying to keep Edgar off of him. So good job.
He did Ki-eye, though. That's what. That's what.
Something if he got it.
Oh!
That's a quick jab. Joe got out of bounds for blue.
2 red flags
They give him
too.
the red flags. Yeah, that was a quick jab. I thought it was a little short, but the targeting and the timing was perfect. All right, so now it's Senshu for red. 2-1 red.
It's one of those rare instances in our sport. You get that double whammy if you step out at the same time as someone scores on you. Both can happen. Not a lot of penalties so far in this match, though.
Oh, we have a pass. Body kick from blue. Red with the counter. 1 flag. 2 flags for red. All right, so 3-1 red.
Kind of close for that body kick, huh?
Yeah, I didn't like that entrance on the body kick. He gave the target and the timing was easy to take.
Edgar keeping it simple. I mean, that's one thing he's got.
And that's what's really good poise. Like, he has a lead. He opened it up a little bit. No need. It's a lot of high-level stuff there. Defensive counter, moving, picking. High-level fighting here. Four to 1, Edgar.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's got to watch those head kicks.
Stay fight. Wait, go to bounce. He. Riley dodged a serious bullet there, walked out of bounds mid-exchange, thinking there was a Yame fighting, just kind of disengaged, but referees did not call it. A little bit of miscommunication from all parties there. All right, Riley with the double technique underneath, 4-2. Seconds.
Yeah, Edgar's going to need to stay active in that clinch. Nice, simple timing.
This is where he has to not take unnecessary exchanges, but don't let Riley take control of the match, because he's demonstrated he can kick to the body and the head, and he only has a 3-point lead. "15 seconds. Riley getting a little low on gas. Good follows. A lot of grabbing there. Let's see what the call is. Grabbing on the initiator,
Riley.
yep. Riley did kind of dip in a little bit. All right, 7 seconds. Edgar was just picking the target, and situationally there's not really a mistake by Riley. He has to go for something. So, yeah, very good match by both these guys.
Job,
That was
gentlemen.
fantastic. That was a really high-level match. So I would say the difference in this matchup is just the poise. Edgar was able to keep into his game, stay calm, and be aware of the situation. In the second half of the previous match, Riley just looked like he lost it a little bit and wasn't able to regain just control of himself, and in turn control of the pace of the match.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Riley, too, I think it was 2019, or not so long ago, he was out for an entire year with injury. I think it was a knee injury, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true, yeah, he was in a boot. I forgot about that.
And so for him to be able to come back and look this good and this dominant, and with a whole career ahead of him, of course. I mean,
he's 18, 19. That's great. He
yeah.
has a lot of potential with this division.
Yeah.
All right, referee's going to announce the winners for the male -67, and I'm assuming the kilogram females as well. Yep, and the females are coming out to receive their awards as well.
Alexandra Wainwright announced as our -61. And Mr. Edgar Torres for -67. Going to a historic event.
This is great for both of them, just for all of the athletes even. This is going to give them a lot of time to mature and develop and, stay committed to the sport for long term, hopefully, working toward that 2023 Pan Am Games if that junior selection goes well for them. So this is great. We have a good group of kids here.
Yeah.
Young adults, rather, not kids.
Well, for us, we can still call them kids.
I mean, grandparents right now, right? So I think next is lunch.
Is it lunchtime? Lunchtime.
Wow, so this is our favorite day. We're going to take a break and get some food.
No commentary.
All right, bye-bye.
I think we got two pretty fun categories.
So we're here live in Dallas, Texas at the Junior Pan American Games Trials. My name is Brian current Team USA heavyweight, and I'm here joined with Cesar Colunga, former U.S. team athlete, and we're just starting the -75 category. First round.
Jared and Angelo. Jared, current U.S. team member. Angelo, junior team member.
And so Jared will be fighting in the red and Angelo in the blue. And here we go. Jared
Nice.
coming off the line strong with a lot of pressure.
A lot of movement and activity from Angelo.
Good look there, trying to capitalize on the mistake of his opponent, missing the body kick.
Ooh. A little bit of hesitation there.
So good speed though from both fighters. Good excitement. Both of them looking for points.
Nice, good counter kick.
Staying patient, looking for clean opportunities to score.
Good exchange there. A lot of activity from the gap there.
Yeah, and it sounded like a lot of impact on that kick too, but maybe a little bit too close for the referee's liking.
Just need to clean it up just a little bit. Oh. Ooh, leg check right there.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure from Jared.
Good defense there, ready for that kick. Hands were up to block and looking for the follow-up score. Nothing landing yet though.
Oh. Out of bounds there for Angelo.
So I like the energy coming from both these guys. They're both, like I said earlier, looking for scores, ready for defense, looking for the counterattack. Switching back and forth between offense and defense.
I do believe Angelo, good exchange there. I do believe Angelo leveled up as far as weight class. I do believe he is a 67. You can see that in his explosive movement, explosive techniques.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be an advantage for him in this category. Angelo with the first point.
That's the point, the Senchu advantage for Angelo, also scoring the first point. So
very important to get that Senchu.
So in this case, if it does come down to a tie score, the winner would be the person who has the Senchu advantage. So very critical score there.
Attempt by Angelo. Needs to stay on it. Second out of bounds for Angelo. .30 seconds left on the clock. Oh, good exchange. With the challenge card.
So it looks like we've got 3 flags for red, but Blues coach challenging the score, thinking that they also scored, hoping to keep it a closer match.
A lot of energy, a lot of work, you know. Once they're inside the gap, they're definitely attacking.
Yeah, definitely taking, like you said, taking advantage of the effort that they're putting in.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the matches today we could see people doing a lot of work and not taking action on that, or the opponent interrupting that. So one person's doing work and then the opponent attacks, and it's good to see.
No for the video review.
It's good to see these guys both making the most of the work that they're putting in.
Aka with the challenge card now, 11 seconds on the clock.
So we'd have a 1-1 match right now with Senchu going to blue. The red coach is hoping to lead here with this challenge.
This would be a game changer, especially with 11 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in both of these athletes. A lot going through their head right now as they're thinking about what the next play is going to be.
And that is a no for the challenge on Aka.
So 11 seconds to plan the game-changing score here.
Good attempt there. A lot of. Oh.
Ooh, that looked looked like a
wow,
and
last
the
second
flag.
buzzer
Last
beater.
second, 1 point for red. It looks like, will the referees determine this was before or after Yame is the question now.
Wow.
And
Fight's not over until it's over. Good effort by Jared.
And there's a buzzer beater right there. So great display of effort there from Jared in the last second, never giving up to the last second. The match was still on. Takes the lead in the last second of the match for the win in the first round of the -75 category.
It's a great match to start off the category. A lot of energy. I wonder if that puts pressure on this next fight. Safin versus Pablito.
So the next match, Safin will be fighting in the blue. Pablito will be fighting in the red.
All right, second match of the -75 category here at the Junior Pan American Games Qualifier. I'm Cesar Colunga, former U.S. team member. I'm joined by Brian current heavyweight U.S. team member. We're watching Safin versus Pablito. Safin from Texas, Pablito from New York.
Both of these guys are competing for their spot on the team for the Junior Pan American Games.
Good first exchange there.
Good trade there.
Three flags for blue on a timing exchange. Good start. Good pressure from Pablito.
Tricky with the kick there. So initially when Red threw that first body kick, I thought he was landing off balance. And then he came back up with the hook kick afterwards. Almost caught Safin off guard, but he was ready with his defense. So that was a good display of defense on Blue's part and a good display of flexibility and adapting on Red's part.
There you go. For blue on a lead leg Mawashigiri from Al. Two flags for blue again. Timing punch. Pablito definitely setting on the pressure. Safin taking advantage of his reach. Slight reach advantage. Both competitors very fast.
Yeah, Red knows he needs to work now. He's down a couple of points. He knows he needs to catch up. And Blue's just trying to stay calm and keep his composure and showing his confidence in his current lead.
Oh, beautiful exchange again. And we have two flags for blue and two for red.
Yeah. So both athletes trying to get their scores. Just because one person's initiating doesn't mean that the other person can't score also. So that when in the event where both competitors receive two flags from the referees, the scores will both be awarded. So in this case, both athletes received the 1 point score.
Oh, wow.
Nice
good
score there by Safin.
Great sweep from Safin. Pablito needs to turn it back on. Safin has an 8-1 lead with Senshu. There is about a minute left in the match.
This is a tricky situation to be in as an athlete when you're down, because you know you have the pressure of the clock. You need to score, but at the same time, you know your opponent's been scoring on you defensively. So you have to balance that patience with that urgency when looking for your points.
.45 seconds left on the clock. Definitely doable if he works hard enough.
We've seen plenty of matches where an athlete comes back from a 7-point deficit and take the lead. So
two head kicks, and a body punch could change the game.
And right now it looks like Red's coach is challenging the punch score. So this could be the start of his comeback.
Looks like, yes, that is a point.
All right, so 1 point for Red.
We could be witnessing the beginning of Pablito's comeback. Pressure's on, pressure's on.
Coach looking for another challenge score here, another punch attempt.
I think that was a little far.
Yeah.
I think Ao needs to be careful of not settling and still looking for points and continue to building that lead.
Yeah, there is an advantage to closing the match out early. If you have that lead and you're 1 point away from winning, there might be an advantage to trying to score that last point, closing it out rather than waiting and playing defense, giving your opponent a chance to come back.
Good sweep attempt there by Ao.
And we see that right now, right? Blue started coming back. He wasn't receiving the attacks. He started taking it back to him again. So.
Good activity.
5 seconds. And
good spinning.
1 second left on the
kick.
clock. Amazing spinning hook kick from Red. Unexpected. Great effort all the way up until the end.
Great match
from both fighters.
I am truly impressed with Angelo, Jared, and Safin and Pablito. This minus 75 category looks like it's going to be a good one.
Definitely a strong category.
Is this New York?
Up next?
Yeah.
Yes, Texas and New York.
So again, this is Brian here with Cesar Colunga, and we're at the Junior Pan American Games trial event. These athletes are competing for their spot on the team to compete at the first ever Junior Pan American Games. So exciting opportunity for these athletes. A lot on the line today, and I think this will be a great opportunity for us to see some of these athletes who have experience competing internationally in these junior categories, and interesting to see how their experience plays into today with the nerves and everything that goes along with the pressure of qualifying events.
We just finished round 1 of the minus 75 category with Jared taking the win and Safin taking the win. And then we are starting the first match of the minus 84 category with Logan and Sai. Logan from New York and Sai from Texas. Good pressure. Sai with the back kick attempt. Sai, very strong fighter. A lot of speed on his hands, a lot of speed in his legs.
Yeah.
Logan definitely has the longer legs and the longer reach. That'd be interesting to see how this plays out.
Looks like 1 point for red here. So an interestingly for Sai, he was, this is, I believe, his first competition in the -84 category. He was previously a -75 fighter, so that's something that we've seen a lot today is athletes who previously fought in different categories moving up a weight class, and I think that's a natural change to see at this age. People still growing, trying to growing physically and trying to decide which category they want to land. So it's been interesting today seeing, following these athletes and watching them fight different people than they're used to competing at in the national championships and U.S. Open and things like that.
Good side with the speed, close the gap with a punch.
Yeah,
Scores.
The slight pause there, kind of lulling his opponent to sleep before surprising him with that speed.
You know, as I said with Angelo, I think some of these guys who are leveling up, they're a little bit, you know, in the lighter weight classes, that could be to, you know, that should be taken into consideration.
Right, they're used to fighting with that speed, and they're bringing that speed with them into these higher categories.
Logan with the challenge.
So we've got a 2-0 lead right now for red. Blue hoping to close that gap a little bit with this challenge. One minute, 8 seconds left on the clock.
And looks like this will be a no on the challenge for Al's punch.
So no score there. Blue loses his video review card for the remainder of the match. And attempts to score, but a little close for those kicks, getting caught up on the legs on the way up. Great burst of speed again for.
A lot of activity inside the clinch, but not a lot of scores coming off of it. I feel like these two fighters need to clean it up just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more patience, getting inside there and see what they have to work with before scrambling to try to take action right away. Again, a lot of pushing going on, but not a lot of clean scores. And good defensive point there for red.
Good. Or you have longer legs and longer arms. Do you want to be fighting inside the clinch that much?
So for me, as a taller, typically, if I'm the taller fighter, I prefer to fight from the outside.
Good attempt there. Last second attempt on blue. 2 flags out.
So I think Logan can be doing a better job of trying to take advantage of his reach, fighting from a little bit farther. But Joe got here for red. He will lose his Senshu advantage, but still up by 2 points.
2 points is not a safe place to be with 2 seconds left.
2 seconds, plenty of time to score. We'll see if Logan can
body kick
pull
will
it
tie
out.
it. Head kick or takedown will put him in the lead.
Ooh, and there's the body kick attempt, but Sai doing a good job jamming it up, closing the distance, preventing the kick from reaching its full potential, and win goes to red.
Good round one from them in the -84 category. Win goes to Aka Saisheren.
Next match we have coming up is in the -75 category. Safin will be fighting in blue, and Jared will be fighting in the red.
Both of these guys are winners in the -75 category first round.
Safin fighting out of Texas, Jared fighting out of Pittsburgh. These guys have faced each other several times before in previous events, so they're familiar with each other. Both fighters very experienced. So excited to see how the match plays out.
I do believe Safin is a current U.S. Junior team member and Jared is a current senior team member, both in the -75 category. So interesting dynamic here.
Absolutely. I think these guys will be seeing a lot of each other in the future also in national championships and U.S. Open, things like that. So
both very young, very competitive.
Both fighters calling on their previous knowledge of each other. Just recently, a couple of months ago, fighting at a tournament against each other, and I'm sure they both went back and took notes and rewatched those fights to try to get a put their plan together for the match today.
A lot of activity right there. And
very
blue
patient
with
right there. That was exactly what we were just talking about. Being in the clinch, waiting for the opportunity, being patient. Safin was very patient. He didn't scramble for that kick. He waited, and
nice.
Jared was caught out of position. Good body kick there from
Still
Safin.
plenty of time left in the match. Good distance management from both.
Jared showing that he won't be deterred by the deficit. Coming in aggressively, but playing right into Safin's counterpunch on this exchange here. So I like the aggressiveness coming from Jared. He needs to catch up. He needs to close the gap in this point deficit.
3 flags for blue and 1 for red. I think Jared needs to go back to his line and reevaluate. Going in a straight line is being very smart. I think that's score number 3.
And I know that's something that Jared likes as a fighter too. He likes to use those angles a lot, and that's something we often hear his coach reminding him about. So it'll be interesting. We'll see if he changes his plan up a little bit from that straight line offense to the angle attacks.
Aka losing his challenge card. Good.
2 more flags for blue, extending his lead 5-0.
There's 1:42 on the clock.
Lots of time left.
That's 2 matches now that Safin has had a good lead to start the match.
Looks like 1 flag for each, so no scores here. Jared being very aggressive, relentlessly attacking, keeping the pressure on Safin, not giving him time that he needs to come up with a game plan. Jared's not giving Safin opportunity to plan his attack. He's keeping him on the back foot.
I do feel though that Safin is comfortable with the pressure. He's welcoming it.
And that does appear to be the case. Safin's been, most of his last couple of matches that we've watched, he's been scoring many of his points on defense. So this relentless attacking coming from Jared may be playing into Safin's hand here. This may be exactly what he wants.
Good. See some aggressiveness from Safin building that lead. He had a 6-0 lead his last match.
So
let's see if he can close this one out. Jared has a lot of straight line attacks. Both guys fighting hard.
Yeah.
Good. 38 seconds left on the clock. Safin with the 6-0 lead. A lot of good pressure from Jared. Just missing a small piece to get those scores.
So this is Safin's second warning for going out of bounds. If Jared can keep that pressure and keep drawing out these penalties from Safin, he does have a chance on winning by disqualification rather than by points. So that's something that has to be going through the blue fighter's mind right now, is he's losing that option to take the out of bounds due to the penalties racking up.
And that is it. That is the 8-0. Safin handing Jared his first loss. This is double elimination, so this does not put Jared out of the...
Yeah, so the way this double elimination tournament bracket works is each fighter that wins will continue on. As long as you keep winning, you continue on to the finals. If you lose a match, you go to a separate bracket, and all the fighters who have lost a match will essentially fight a separate tournament bracket all the way up to another to see who is the winner amongst all the people who have previously been defeated. So when we get down to the finals match, it will be the winner of the initial bracket versus the winner of the
losing bracket.
The losing fighters bracket.
This next match, very important, versus Pablito and Angelo. This will hand one of these guys their second loss, thus eliminating them from the tournament.
So once an athlete does face their second loss, they will be eliminated from the tournament and lose their opportunity to represent the United States at the Junior Pan American Games.
If you're just now joining us, this is Cesar Colunga, former U.S. team member. I'm here joined by Brian current U.S. team member and Olympic hopeful. We are here watching the -75 category. We're now watching Pablito versus Angelo. Both guys have lost their first match and are entering their second match. Pablito from New York, Angelo from Florida. I've been impressed by this -75 category and how aggressive they've been. It's a lot of fighting, a lot of activity.
Good surprise attack right off the line there. No flags, but very unexpected. In a lot of cases, you'll see the athletes kind of taking time to feel each other out a little bit first, kind of like you're seeing now. But in this case, Red coming off the line strong, trying to get that surprise score right off the bat, setting a tone, showing I'm in control of this match. 30 seconds into the match, still 0-0.
Angelo gets a pushing foul. You know, even for -75, great exchange
Good
there.
1-2 over the top by Red.
That is a 1-1. I see 2 flags for blue and 2 for red.
So 1-2 over the top from Red, timing punch from blue. 2 flags each. They're each awarded 1 point. So in this case, then both fighters receive a point at the same time. 2 is awarded, no point advantage to either of the fighters at this time.
No, I was saying Angelo has good reach for minus 75, so I would have loved to have seen him in the minus 67 category earlier.
Closing the gap really quickly on that body kick attempt.
Little hesitation.
Points.
Good. I think Blue looks a little tired out.
Yeah, just a lot of waiting from Blue, waiting for that defensive point. I would like to see him working a little bit, trying to create an opportunity.
Oh, good attempt there from Red. 3 flags for Aka, 1 for Al. Good. Angelo with up by 1 and has now been awarded Senshu.
Man. Blue showing really good timing, but it looks to me like he's giving Red the opportunity to set up his attacks and go when he's comfortable. If Blue can do a little bit more to agitate Red and try to make him attack when he's not ready, then he might find a little bit more success in his defensive scoring attempts. $50 seconds left.
Oh, no Joe guy, huh?
Another 1-2 over the top by Red.
Point for Red. (3-1) lead by Angelo. We are at about 30 seconds left in the match. Good pressure from Angelo, keeping his opponent away.
A little bit of a lapse in focus there. It looked like Blue stopped to look at the scoreboard, and Red jumped right on that opportunity coming in with his attack. It's like a little bit of confusion there whether the match was stopped or not. Maybe the fighters misunderstood or misheard heard the Yame call. Ooh, good kick attempt there. And
jab attempt there by Angelo.
3 flags for Red. That'll be another point added to his lead, bringing his lead up 4-1 and the Senshu advantage. So Blue needs 2 score attempts here. He needs to not only tie the match, but he needs to take the lead or take away the Senshu advantage. And with just a few seconds left in the match, it's very, very difficult to do. Not much time left. So
Angelo wins that match, handing Pablito his second loss, thus eliminating Pablito from the tournament.
So Angelo moving on to the next match, trying to fight his way back for,
I believe that will
his place in the finals for the minus 75 category.
He will have to fight Jared, both of which have 1 win and 1 loss. Next, we have the round 2 of the minus 84 category. Logan from New York versus Sai from Texas.
Logan will be fighting in the blue this time, Sai in the red.
Sai looking to get his second win and securing his spot on the U.S. team for the Junior Pan American Games.
Logan does not. It's a final stuff.
It's a final. So they get.
So this is the second match between Logan and Sai. They're the only two athletes vying for this position on this category. So with this being a double elimination tournament, this is a make or break moment for Logan.
Sai starting big with a head kick.
Good defensive kick there by Sai. Logan coming off the line.
Out with a challenge. Early challenge, in my opinion.
But also a very critical challenge, because if he is awarded this point, it does stop the Senshu from being awarded. So even though Sai scores 3 points for the kick, if Logan gets this challenge for the punch, the score will be 3-1, but still no Senshu awarded, because Senshu will only be awarded if an athlete scores an undisputed point. So if Sai wins this match, he secures his spot on the team.
It looks like a call from Coach and Ao. He will be awarded that point.
Very good.
Also
so
preventing the Senshu.
Scores 1-3. No Senshu awarded because both athletes scored in the same exchange. Good call by the coach there. Ooh.
A little hesitation there from Logan.
I think he could have gotten that punch again if he committed to it.
Sai going big. That was his second Washigiri attempt.
One flag there.
Again, a lot of clinch work. A lot of clinch activity.
Logan trying to use his strength advantage in the clinch, and Sai doing a good job of maintaining his composure there.
Sai scoring and now securing his Senshu, giving him the 4-1 lead. 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Looked like he caught Logan off guard there. Logan was looking for his offense, and Sai decided to take the initiative there. Scoring another point, extending his lead by 4 points.
I feel like Logan is definitely hitting first, but he's missing that last little bit to score. Needs to penetrate the gap just a little bit more and be confident in his scores.
Yeah. So much about what we're seeing today is displaying that confidence and that attitude, showing the referees that I deserve this point. This is the point that I want to score.
Good body kick there. Looks like that clinch work is finally paying off. Sai with a push-off Mawashigiri. He could close this off early.
So Sai's feeling pretty comfortable right now. He's got a 7-1 lead. He won the first match. So not much pressure on his side. Just has to maintain his composure and continue the...
Oh.
There we have it. Again, another instance of lapse of focus. And Logan caught him off guard with that attack there as Sai was coming forward.
I think we saw this in the Safin fight. You know, once these guys are building a lead, they're relaxing a little bit, and then they start getting caught, and that lead starts to close a little bit. Challenge from Ao again. I believe challenging a Chudanzuki. Still plenty of time in the match. A lot of activity in the first half of the match.
Yes. Minute 20 left on the clock.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is Cesar Colunga being joined by Brian. We are watching the second round of -84 division, Logan versus Sai.
Competing today for their spot on the U.S. team for the spot to compete at the first ever Junior Pan American Games. Good attempt there by Logan, taking advantage of the his off-balance opponent trying to score the 3 points. But
Earlier we saw Logan and his coach use the review card while challenging a Chudanzuki. Now we see Sai and Aka challenging. And looks like this will also be a no. Sai with an 8-2 lead and has Senshu with a minute 10 on the clock.
Looking to close out the match early.
3 flags for red.
And 1 for blue, but not enough to get the point awarded. Sai looking to close the match out early with a substantial lead, but still looking for points.
Good attempt from Logan. I think Logan showing the fight a little too late. Not too late. But would have been good to see earlier.
Still a lot of time left. It's just a matter of whether he can prevent Sai from scoring while he's working.
I think this will be Sai's third foul.
Second foul for Sai. So Logan looking for pressing those penalties, looking for a win by disqualification instead of by score. And unfortunately, if that was his strategy, it looks like it's turned it against him a little bit as he gets a penalty here for holding. So that's his third Category 2 penalty. Blue has to be careful now. If he makes one more foul, he will be the one getting disqualified.
2 flags for blue there.
Trying to come back, three points to 9. 28 seconds left on the clock. No scores there.
Good. Blue again.
Flags for blue. It's great to see Logan not giving up, still giving everything he's got.
19 seconds left on the clock.
Closing that point deficit bit by bit, 1 point at a time. Got to be ready for those defensive points, though.
Side flags. Gets a point right there. Oh, and that will disqualify Logan. Stepping out of bounds.
Accidental step out there. Unfortunate finish there, but
great effort and great fight from both. I do believe that secures Sai on secures Sai's spot on the team for the
Coming up, we have the semifinal match between Jared from Pittsburgh, fighting as the red fighter, and Angelo as the blue fighter. Semifinal match. I'm Brian I'm here with Cesar Colunga, and we are at the Junior Pan American Games team trials. Seen a lot of athleticism from these young athletes today. Speed, closing the distance quickly, and strength with the kicking power and the physicality shown in the clinch work. And great attempts of scoring offensively and defensively by all the fighters today.
Do believe the winner of this match will move on to fight Safin Kasturi from Texas in the finals. Both Angelo and Jared with 1 loss and 1 win. Energy and great effort from all of these fighters in the minus 75 category.
The referee is just making one final gear check, making sure each of the athletes are geared up properly before we start this match. And here we go. Angelo offline strong, taking control of the center of the ring. And
great exchange there.
Looks like red scoring first. That was a great attempt by blue to bait out the attack and duck, but Jared was able to slip that attack in, score the first point, secure his Senshu advantage.
Good score there from blue.
Angelo coming right back with his attack, using the same attack it looked like that Jared used against him just a few seconds earlier.
Aka with the challenge card on a Joranzuki. Waiting for the review.
So far in these first 30 seconds or so of the match, we've seen the same pressure from Jared that we saw in his previous match, coming forward with that relentless pressure, not giving his opponent too much time to formulate a game plan. And we'll see if he has some better success with that strategy in this match.
And looks like a good call from coach. Jared being awarded the point.
So the challenge was accepted. 1 point awarded to Jared, increasing his lead 2-1 with the Senshu advantage.
Changes. I think that's the first time I've seen an angle change in this division today.
No flags on the play, but challenge card coming out from the blue coach, trying to get the punch scored.
No, we did see both fighters stop after that exchange, and I know, from my experience, anytime both fighters stop, there's a understanding that someone might have scored. So.
Yeah. I did notice that too, and just like you said, the fact that Jared didn't come back with an attempt after that is almost acknowledging that you got me.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if it meets the scoring criteria, not just hit, but proper technique, timing, distance, attitude, all those things. And it's decided that it was not a point by the review board.
We are under 2 minutes now. Good body kick attempt. These fighters need to keep on fighting.
One flag.
Both fighters pulling back a little bit more now.
Yeah, not so much of the 3 flags for red, 1 for blue.
With a 3-1 lead, and Senshu with 1:15 on the clock. Oh. Wow.
Scoring the body kick.
Body kick score for 3 points.
That's not something you see very often. Usually
you see it thrown, you've never seen it scored.
Yeah, usually you see the punch attempt after the takedown, or you see the body kick, the kick thrown, but very rarely.
I will say that was a great kick. It reminds me of that time Brian Ramrup did a takedown and did a jump spinning hook kick while his opponent was on the ground. Evens things out now with a 4-4. Jared still has the Senshu.
I think this will definitely be one of the plays of the day talked about after this event because of how rare this occurrence happens. So 4-4 tied match, but Jared does have the Senshu advantage. Advantage going to the red fighter.
They need to continue fighting here in these last few of the match.
Ooh, counter body kick attempt there. And gets the second flag out.
Late flags, in my opinion, there for that body kick.
4-6. 25 seconds left. Angelo seemingly getting a little bit frustrated and a little feistiness going on here. Both the fighters seeming to lose composure a little bit.
Jared, a very passionate fighter. He will fight till the very end.
It's a lot of pressure right now. Both these fighters have a lot on the line with what this event is qualifying for. Ooh, and another head kick scored for Jared, extending his lead 9-4. 6 seconds left. Likely securing his victory here.
Good work from Jared. Good fight.
All right. Fun match to watch. Both fighters, the passion shown by each of them.
Angelo has been eliminated from the tournament. And now we will have Jared and Safin face off.
So finals here between Jared
Potential
and Safin.
finals, because Safin could lose and would take you to a second finals.
Right, so with the way this double elimination bracket works is, since Jared already has one loss under his belt, Safin does not have any losses. So this is a finals match. If Safin wins this match, Jared will have his second defeat and will be eliminated, making Safin the winner. However, if Jared wins this first this matchup, then Jared and Safin will each have defeat, and then they will then face each other again back to back for essentially a tiebreaker match to determine who is the winner of this double elimination tournament.
Interestingly, I've out of the 6 fighters who have fought in these last 2 categories, I've had previous experience with 4 of them. So it is, very cool to see their growth and their development as fighters, and to see, improvements that they've had. So, good for them. Very happy that they have this opportunity, and they're taking advantage of it and fighting hard to be able to go to this great tournament.
And a little bit of jealousy coming from my end, because this being the first ever Junior Pan American Games, I never had the opportunity to compete at an event like this at this point in my career. So it's a great opportunity for these fighters to have that almost Olympics feel to with the excitement of everything going on now with the Tokyo Olympics, and seeing this this excitement spread and fuel these younger athletes to push their limits, make themselves better, faster, stronger, and just really putting on a great show today here at the Pan American Games Trials in Dallas, Texas.
And I think the Junior Pan American Games being the first edition ever, I mean that should be a big enough motivator to be a part of, of history, really.
Exactly.
We are allowing time for our last fighter to change his gear, rehydrate, and prepare for his next match. Jared and Safin will be fighting. Last time they faced each other, I do believe Safin won by point spread, so this will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if Safin keeps the same fire, or if he comes into this match overconfident and plays back a little bit, and Jared takes advantage of that. As we were talking about earlier, Jared is a very passionate fighter and will fight hard until the very end.
For Jared, especially at this point in the tournament, the way the double elimination bracket has worked, he's had more matches today than Safin. So stamina, endurance will be playing a big role for him coming into this match as fatigue starts to set in. With his aggressive attitude that he's been displaying the whole tournament so far, that takes a lot of energy, and we'll see if he can keep up the same explosiveness and pressure that he's been showing us so far today. And then on the other side, Safin, having only a couple matches and being a much more calm, composed, showing us a lot of defensive scores today, might very well have a lot more energy in the tank. So that's something that I'm sure both of these fighters are thinking about as they go into this next match. And energy management might be a critical factor in deciding the winner of this finals match.
Again, if you're just now joining us, this is Cesar Colunga. I'm joined by Brian We are here at the U.S. Team Trials for the first ever Junior Pan American Games that will be held later this year. We are here. We're about to start Jared versus Safin in the -75 category.
And those Junior Pan American Games will be held in Cali, Colombia. So exciting opportunity for these athletes to represent the United States abroad and at a prestigious event like the Junior Pan American Games.
This is a rematch from their first round. Safin winning by point spread. Jared has had some battles since then, though, and has fought his way back into the finals match. If Safin wins, this will seal his spot and secure his spot for the Junior Pan American Games. If Safin loses and Jared wins, they will go to round 3 of facing each other as a finals match. So this is a must-win situation for Jared. Instantly, we see a different level of match. First time around, we'd already seen an exchange or two. And now playing back just a little bit more, strategizing. There's those angles that we talked about earlier from Jared. Safin patiently waiting.
Good sweep there.
Good
and
takedown attempt.
No flags, unfortunately. But
that is the second time that Safin has successfully done that against his opponent, Jared.
Very well executed sweep there, showing that the punch to draw out Jared's counter, timing the counter with the sweep. That wasn't just an accidental sweep. That was something that was set up, and great to see the setup work going into the score attempt in this high-level gameplay.
Jared with the first point, still plenty of time, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Both fighters looking to feel each other out a little bit more. Getting closer, getting close. Oh, wow.
And kick attempt by Red. Looks like only one flag on the play, though. So no point will be awarded. Jared seemingly looked like he wanted his coach to challenge that punch also.
And that Safin's coach did not challenge that point. He must have seen something from that angle that prevented that from scoring.
Good offensive score there. 1-2 over the top by Blue, extending his lead 2-0.
Good. And there is Aka with the challenge for a Joran Zuki.
So already a much more patient game being shown by Jared, and
it seems to be working.
Yeah, seemingly working in his favor, taking a 2-0 lead so far. A little bit of change of pace in the match, a lot of change of pace in the match from the first match of the day, earlier today.
We have seen 2 big score attempts by Safin with a sweep to start off the match and a head kick, so Safin could be looking for big points while Jared is looking to pick his points and pick off his opponent. Waiting for Aka's challenge. Let's see, we are at 2-0 with Jared in the lead with 1:32. And looks like that will be a no.
So, challenge denied for the red fighter.
When you lose a challenge, you do use your right to challenge future points.
So a lot of time on the clock, 1.5 minutes left, and with the loss of that that video review, the red fighter will no longer have the option of challenging future scores. So another advantage playing into the favor of Jared in his current lead.
Smart play by Jared, playing it safe, keeping his opponent from attacking. Both respecting each other's distance and each other's ability to be quick off the line.
You can see Safin pressing forward, but still looking for those defensive points.
And there it is. There's that defensive point. And
So-
looks like he will get that.
So, as I was just saying, right? Safin's down. He knows he needs to score. He's pressing forward, and Jared's still taking the bait. He's still taking that attack. So even though Safin's losing, he's not necessarily rushing to go on offense. He's still pressing forward, looking for those defensive points. With a minute, 48 seconds left on the clock now, he has time to still look for those defensive scores.
House coach now looking for a Joranzuki point review. And looks like that will be a no. Both fighters now have lost their challenge card. 48 seconds left in the match. The score is 2-1. Jared has Senshu.
You can feel the pressure building in the match. Both fighters not wanting to give up ground on the tatami. One flag only, no points awarded.
20 seconds left in the match. Safin needs 2. And he's got 1, and we have 13
three
seconds.
flags for red, so showing that timing reverse punch, missing the reverse punch, but having the awareness to follow
We
up
just
with
need
the
1
jab.
point.
2-2 match, Senshu advantage still going to blue. 8 seconds left.
Oh, wow.
Second time
Wow.
by Safin.
With a buzzer beater point. Wow.
And it
Congratulations, Safin.
looks like another match today coming down to the second buzzer beater timing punch. We've seen this, I think, the third match that I've seen today.
Yeah.
At least the third match that we've seen this, where the winner by the last second timing punch in a mutual exchange where both fighters are punching at the same time trying to score, and that being the determining factor of the match. And interestingly, in this last match with Jared still having the Senshu advantage, even though the score was 2-2, Jared had the Senshu advantage. He started being a lot more mobile, agile, defensive, almost to the point where maybe the referee would have penalized him for running and avoiding the fight. So I think that might be what was going through his head, his decision to make that attack at the last second.
You know, I wonder if it would have been smarter to, Jared was aggressive throughout that match, and would have been smarter for him to step out of bounds and bang on the hante or risk getting hit like he did in that match.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of those things that's going to be going through his head, I'm sure, in the moments after this match. And as fighters, there's always there's always going to be those moments where we second guess ourselves. Hindsight's 20/20. We're going to look back and see like, oh, should I have done it differently? And those are the learning moments that that a fighter needs to look for and take with them going into future matches, future events. And these guys are all still young. They all have long careers, potential ahead of them. There's plenty of opportunity to learn both in the victories and the defeats. So
Congratulations to Safin Kasturi securing his spot.
Safin securing his spot in the -75 category, and Sai securing his place in the -84 category. Congratulations to these guys.
All right. And we're back on after everybody calms down after the excitement from -75. We got +84 here. And again, my name is Tom Scott, and I'm sitting here with Brian who's also our senior team +84 champ. So he's going to have plenty of insight for us in this category. How was the last groups?
Well, it was exciting watching the last group as Cesar and I were talking about. Cesar having the experience competing against a lot of those athletes that we were watching, and now here watching the up-and-coming athletes for the +84 category. It's exciting to see what is in store for the next few years of the Team USA heavyweight program.
Yeah. Christian in blue from Arizona scores first, gets the Senshu. Zachary from New York now will be needing to make up ground. Now, we've seen Christian in the last couple we've seen him at. He's got some pretty cool head-kicking ability.
He especially, I remember, he especially likes those close clinch kicks, either with the body kick or the hook kick. So
almost saw one right there.
Exactly. So we'll be watching for those during this match. Underneath body punch by Zach.
Needs to hit a little bit harder in this category. You got to hit
exactly.
And like that.
There he goes. Learns from the first failed attack and makes adjustments, scoring his second attempt here, tying the score 1-1. Senchu advantage still going to blue. Another close clinch body kick.
That is pretty close. It looks like it's a little bit like with the shin right now, so he just needs to get more distance before that starts scoring. But he's hitting hard enough, and Aka is not doing much.
You can hear it and feel it from here.
Yeah. That was nice. If you ever hear coaches calling, keep it simple, that was it. Just anticipate your opponent moving, simple timing, and a follow-up punch gets him 2 flags. Excuse me, 4 flag score. That's a strong score.
And I believe both of these fighters faced each other recently at a high caliber tournament here a few weeks. So
what was the result of that one?
I could be mistaken, but I believe Christian was the victor in that match. But I'm sure both fighters are going back and watching video review if they have video footage of that match, knowing who they're going to be going up against coming into this match, trying to draw on that previous knowledge that they have from facing each other, making adjustments from their previous match and bringing that into the match here today. And these athletes competing today for their spot on the U.S. team for the first ever Junior Pan American Games to be held in Cali, Colombia. So,
and we had talked a little bit when I was with about the Pan American Games, and with your experience too. What would you say is a big difference when it comes to these games events? Having golded in Lima yourself, and been to Toronto before that. Nice punch by Blue. Easy 1-2.
So the part that I find exciting about a games experience, like Pan American Games experience, for example, versus Pan American Championships, is that it incorporates all of the sports. So you're a part of a bigger organization. It's not just a karate event. It's all the sports. So there's a lot of excitement that goes along with that, and a lot of prestige that comes with representing in an event like that. Nice strong scoring attempts here by Red, and good blocking defense by Blue.
He is ripping that body kick to the stomach, but Blue's guard is just in the way. I'd say Red needs to change it up or show that kick and then go for the punch.
That's what I was just going to say. He's setting a really good precedent with ripping that body kick strong, forcing Christian to drop his hands down low to block it, or it's going to kick through the guard. And if he can change that up to a head kick one of these times, I think that'll be a perfect opportunity for him to score a big kick.
And there's the Joe guy. All right, so we lose Senchu here.
9 seconds left on the clock. 4-1.
That's almost like getting a point back. I mean, that almost changes it from 5-1 now to 4-1.
So now it's just a one-score match now.
That could be a penalty there. Blue needs to be so careful here. Man, he almost crowded that and almost got called for grabbing or for delay of game, really. Avoiding combat, but I'm
Congratulations, though, to Christian for winning that first match of the plus 84 category, advancing to the next round. And then Zachary from New York will, with this being a double elimination bracket, Zachary will still have a chance to fight his way back in the secondary bracket to try to earn his spot back in the finals.
And we've seen that a couple times now. People, taking a loss early. Edgar did it in -67 and then ended up, winning the whole thing. Composure can really go a long way.
In this upcoming match, we have Jonathan from New York State versus Oscar from Florida State. Jonathan will be in the blue, Oscar will be red. Referees just making their final checks of the athlete's equipment, making sure everything is secured properly to ensure a smooth match in the second match here of the plus 84 category here at the Junior Pan American Games trial event.
We had a casual practice last night with Oscar, and it was nice moving around with them a little bit. Putting some pressure on. Jonathan looks pretty relaxed. Both athletes just kind of testing it right now. Jonathan wants to get to it.
I like that choppy movement from Jonathan.
Yeah, you do. That's something you do all the time. It's very easy to kind of... Oh. These guys both reacted because of that rhythmic movement. If Jonathan goes back to that choppiness, he could really throw Oscar off.
So much of this game is about precision and timing, and by doing those short, choppy movements, it makes it really, it can be really effective in throwing off your opponent's timing by just a fraction of a second, just long enough to get your score out first or to attack them when they're not quite mentally prepared. So,
and with that, he takes that 1-0 lead. Here comes the choppiness. Missed his punch. But it was really hard for Red to see it coming.
And changing it up that time. This time, no setup, just straight with the attack. So kind of setting that precedent of choppy movement and the go, choppy movement and go, and then the surprise attack without the movement beforehand, trying to catch him off guard. Good change of pace there by Blue. Not quite resulting in a score, but a great attempt nonetheless.
Video review for Oscar with the body punch.
And it's determined that it is not a score, so the red fighter will lose his video review card.
That body punch was really close, though. I mean, if he can set that up again, put some pressure. Oh, boy.
Maybe a little
Oscar
misstep
just got
there.
hurt.
A little misstep, rolled his ankle or something.
His knee or his ankle? Yeah, something just happened there.
It's not going to let it slow him down, though. He's still fighting hard.
2 blue flags. Jonathan's going to get his second point.
That'll extend his lead 2-0 with the Senshu advantage. Ooh, good
nice,
1-2 over the top there.
Attacked. Blue was just kind of fading to the side. I guess it wasn't the right moment.
Maybe a little bit more hikete by Oscar to show the referees the score a little bit better.
Under 30 seconds here. Good preventive defensive movement by Blue, but stepping out.
Still before the 15-second mark, though, so he will not lose his Senshu.
That's an easy one to take, taking that penalty.
Safe Joe guy there.
Oh, he's going to do one purposefully.
Again, just before.
A little bit unnecessary. I mean, you got to start thinking about your end game, about scoring here, but demonstrating knowledge of the rules for sure.
Yeah, confidence in his situation.
Yep. Deep in the corner now. Ooh. He's going to lose Senshu.
Intentionally losing his Senshu there.
And again, taking a point off the board, basically. 3 seconds.
This is one of those situations. If Oscar scores a body kick and the score is tied, this could very well affect the referee's perception of who is the more dominant fighter. And unfortunately for Oscar, the kick goes the other way. Yep. Good kick there by Jonathan.
And he'll stay in the winner's bracket.
So Jonathan moving on to the next round of the winner's bracket. Oscar dropping to the loser's bracket, ready to try to make his comeback back into the final match. Up next, we'll have Christian from Arizona as blue, and Parth from Colorado fighting in the red. So if you're just joining us, my name's Brian I'm here with Tom Scott, and we're in Dallas, Texas at the Junior Pan American Games team trials. These athletes here today are competing to qualify for their position on the U.S. team to represent the United States at the first ever Junior Pan American Games, which will be held in Cali, Colombia.
And interesting, new series of events that the winner of that Junior Pan American Games will have direct entry into the Senior Pan American Games in 23 in Santiago, Chile, which is, pretty awesome deal. From one great opportunity to the next.
Right.
Parth and
And to go along with that, another new element that we might see as a result of that is double representation from one country in a specific category.
Yeah, that part's crazy. I still can't. That's
so
really
for
interesting.
example, if a junior Pan American Games athlete from a specific country wins and qualifies for the senior Pan American Games, there will still be a second spot allotted to that country through other qualification means at the same event at the senior Pan American Games. So that will be interesting. I wonder what about the athlete count? Are they going to keep it even? Does that make one less, qualification spot for others? In a different category, you mean?
In any category, normally there are 8, and you have 2 pools of 4.
Right.
So now, are there only going to be 7 open spots because one athlete will come from Junior Pan American Games?
Or could there
are
potentially
9
be 16
athletes?
If 2 people from each category.
Yeah. Could be pool of 5 and a pool of 4?
Oh, I understand what
you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Or is it still 2 pools of 4, but now there's only 7 spots for someone,
right?
The rest of the senior world to qualify for. That'll be interesting.
Right.
Well, it'll be interesting. Well, I have a question for you later about the senior Pan American Games. Yeah. All right, Christian, undefeated so far, and Parth from Colorado in the red.
I believe Parth had to bye his first round, so this will be his first match.
His first match. Ooh. Hard body kick. Hard
nice
body kick.
Something that we saw from Christian a lot in his last match from the clinch, but not so much offensively.
Yeah,
like
not
that,
your conventional body kick that we just saw. So that was probably a little bit of a surprise. Both athletes just kind of squaring off. Not a whole lot of angling or movement yet. Head to head.
Which I would a little bit more typical in the heavyweight category. In a lot of the lighter weights, we see a lot more angles and lateral movement. Still very much an element of the plus 84 category, but I would also say at the same time much less common.
Nice punch by Parth.
4 flags for red on the play.
Cut into that lead a little bit. Yeah, anytime 4 flag score, I mean, honestly, he should try that again. They're liking it.
Everybody can see it. It's a very clear score.
Parth should go back to it. I believe it was a jab. Referee was in my way. I couldn't see.
Same.
Nice one, too.
And there's the clinch body kick attempt again.
And that's exactly how you beat it.
Match.
You stay close.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Parth was staying in the clinch, that kick was way too close. Good job on his part.
On his Parth?
On the part of Parth. Nice attack. He's staying close on that body kick. Either he knows what to do there, or he's definitely getting lucky, but he's playing well. Not able to get that close body kick yet. Right into the arm. Ooh, coach goes for video review. Christian's even kind of shaking his head a little bit.
Miscommunication there between the athlete and the coach.
Yep.
We'll see what the referees say, but Christian seems to be indicating to his coach that it was a clear block, so may have lost that challenge card advantage a little bit unnecessarily. We'll find out here shortly.
Got about 1:15.
Close match still. 2-1 in favor of blue.
Yeah. Also, maybe, you know, not one of the moments to, you have a lead, you know, you have a minute 15 left. You know, that one of those video reviews that coach might be thinking, you know, maybe next time I'll hold that back. Because
maybe better to save it for a more dire situation.
Yeah.
So, as we thought, no score. Challenge card is lost. But still has the lead, still looking comfortable out there, confident with his defense.
Parth needs to keep bringing it like that. Just your good old strong attacks. That is how he scored earlier. And, you know, Christian found that a lot harder to react to.
Yeah, and in this last play, we see Christian attacking. Parth's reaction. He has the time to see the punch coming and duck it, but he's got to turn that duck reaction into a counterpunch reaction in order to be able to capitalize.
You got to turn it into a point somehow, yeah.
Not just deny the opponent's score, but put the score in your favor.
40 seconds. Parth needs to bring it. I'd like to see a little more activity, you know, a little more faking, a little more angling, kind of.
A lot of waiting and not a lot of creating.
He's wanting the counterpunch, and if Christian doesn't come, then he doesn't get his opportunity. Oh, strong. And that came off of a half punch.
Yeah.
So he did a half punch and then went in full.
Yeah. Timing
got a good
jab
score.
attempt by Blue, but too close, too jammed to score.
And then Parth got hurt a little bit. But that should tie it up. He'll be 22 seconds, needing 1 point just because of the Senchu. If he's patient and smart, you know, there could be a situation in the last 15 seconds to get rid of Senchu here. You know, if he works the ring or forces Christian into a corner, potential step out or grabbing. Or if he just you know, stays on this train of a good, nice, good, easy technique. Keep it simple.
Contact penalty applied to Blue. Haven't seen too many of those today.
Nice entry by Blue, for sure. Coach Madani's also going to go for video review for Parth. Parth is kind of shaking his head, but I agree with Coach Madani, honestly. Like, you got to take a shot.
Only 11 seconds left on the clock.
You got to use that card if you can.
Yeah. And I've been in this situation myself where I've thrown a score, coach throws a challenge card, and I look at the coach kind of like, I don't know about that one.
Sure.
And sometimes coach's eye is better than mine because they wound up playing in my favor. So sometimes you got to trust your coach.
This time, though, it's a no.
Unfortunately for Parth, the challenge was denied.
He needs two. Oh, man! The step-up head kick to the face.
So spent the whole match, low hands, changing it up at the last second. I don't think he showed that head kick at all the whole match so far.
Nice try at the Christian's body kick.
And even in this last moment, not even faking or telegraphing the kick at all, showing the hands again and changing it up to a head kick, something
he had that in his back pocket the entire time. I definitely freaked out there.
I didn't see that one coming.
That was good. And you're right. I mean, I don't think we saw a kick from Parth that entire match.
Not even. I don't remember seeing any knee pumps. Mostly just hands and patient pressure, moving forward, moving backwards with offense and defense.
That's really good for 18 to 20 because most 18 to 20 years, if you got a kick, you're always throwing it. You know, it's just coming out natural. You're throwing it. You're showing it. People see it.
Or what we see so often is once you're down by 2 points, panicking and, oh, I'm down by 2. I need to kick. I need to kick. I need to kick the body. I need to kick the head. I'll kick. And you forget there's still plenty of time to 1 point at a time come back with your hand.
But he saved that one for the right moment, for sure. I have a feeling Christian's not going away easy, though. That's his first loss. He's looking good, and he'll definitely be back in the picture.
Yeah, very close match. Another buzzer beater match-changing point that we've seen today. It's been a recurring theme today. A lot of last-second wins Not too many blowouts. So these have all been pretty close.
Yeah.
Close matches.
All right, we got Ellis for his first match. He had a bye first round. He's from Ohio. And then Jonathan from New York up for his second. He won his first, so he's probably feeling warm out there. But hasn't seen Ellis yet, so. Ellis loosening up.
Ellis also U.S. junior team member. With successful showings at Pan American Championships in the past, so.
Spin kick.
And knowing Ellis, he does like to kick a lot, so I'm sure we'll be seeing more attempts like that in the rest of the match coming up here.
Yeah, I see what you mean about those kicks. He's leading with them. Ellis with no coach today either. You know, that's pretty significant. So he won't have opportunity for video review or anything like that.
And I do notice his coach here in the audience. I wonder if there was some sort of paperwork issue. Both fighters looking confident.
Oh, that was strong.
Good back and hit by Blue.
Leaning back.
Avoiding the red score. Showing the referees clearly that it missed, not playing it close, making it very clean, very clear that his punch missed, my punch hit.
Yeah, that was nice.
Being awarded with the flags for that. Oop, and a little misstep there by Blue.
We've seen that a lot too. We were talking about that this morning. Was like, you know, a lot of the 18 or 20-year-olds, they're so excited too, and a lot of, you know, sometimes
a lot of spins, a lot of big kicks,
a lot of stepping out,
just losing your orientation in the ring.
And that's just one of those things that can bite you later. You know, he may have needed that penalty when he would want to choose to let it out. That head kick made contact.
No flags, and
they were belly to belly, and he touched that bottom of his foot to his head.
But like you mentioned earlier, without having a coach in the chair to throw that video review card, there's no chance for him to challenge that score.
They kind of toppled over into our video review camera, so there's going to have to be a little bit of an adjustment here to make sure that the camera's reset. But Ellis put himself deep in that corner again, just like we were talking about. You know, step forward into the center of the ring and hold it. Then you have ground to give if you need it.
Yeah, especially as the big in the matchup.
Yeah, you don't. He put himself deep in that corner, and was he penalized for it yet, or not really?
That's what I was waiting to see. You had just mentioned we were just talking recently about the misstep earlier, kicking and overturning and stepping out of bounds, taking an unnecessary penalty. This might be another example of that, where you kind of did something, fell out of bounds. If you would have done the same thing from more in the middle of the ring, you can have the same scoring chance without the same repercussions.
But that's just something you have to learn. You know, you have to learn to, by experience, until that bites you and you kind of are, you know, you take a loss from something like that, you know, where later on, you know, because of penalties, that'll force him to learn to, you know, hey, stay in the middle for a little bit. Don't go place yourself in the corner, but push forward a little bit. Okay, I think the camera's coming back online. One thing I do like seeing today, too, it kind of always bugs me, but referees are all a good meter away from the corner, from the ring, and then sometimes, even at the highest level, sometimes we see...
straddling the corner.
Oh, man, yeah, the referees are almost in the ring, but this gives them good space to see, to, you know, not get like athletes won't fall on them.
Like certainly would have happened in this last play just now.
Yeah. All right. A minute 21.
I know if I were refereeing, I wouldn't want a plus 84 guy falling on me.
Yeah. Or two of them.
Or two.
Not that it makes any difference.
Well, that's
one is bad enough.
Plus 168. That's there's 2 of them.
We got 1 point on the board with Senchu.
Only, minute 20 seconds left in the match.
Minute 20. If you're Jonathan, what are you thinking? You got a taller opponent, bigger than you, a little bit stronger than you. You need to get 2.
Yeah, I would continue to him to continue to stay patient. A minute and 20 seconds is a long time.
Ew, wow. Surprise attack from Ellis. A lot of aggression and forcing him out of bounds. That was cool. I mean, I'm all about, like, changing your look. This time, you know, he was defensive the entire match, and then he stepped off real aggressive.
And as aggressive as he came, though, Jonathan was pretty composed for having someone that size and coming at you that aggressively. And to stay composed like that and come back fighting strong like he is now, that takes a lot of confidence and a lot of trust in your own skills to be able to manage that.
Yeah. Nice.
Ooh. And there, another perfect example of what we were talking about before, where Red looked like he had a misstep on his attack, stepped himself out of bounds. But unfortunately for him, this time he got the point with it. But there was one referee calling for Jogai, so that could have gone the other way and come to bite him also, just with foot placement in the ring.
All right, so we got a close one here. Senchu's the only thing standing between them. Ellis with a slight lead.
Good attack there by
good attack,
Red.
just barely missed.
Usha.
I believe Yame.
I thought he said Wakarate, but maybe he said Yame. Ooh.
One flag.
I thought it was a nice kick.
I thought it almost could have looked chewed on. It looked almost high body. It could be a scoring target to the neck. If it is, if they do deem it to the neck, then that is scoreable.
And I believe there was a little bit of confusion by Ellis, thinking maybe the referee said Yame.
I thought so too.
They were clinching up. I thought the referee said like separate Wakarate, so that might be
which is you know.
And it's a score is awarded, so huge tide changer right there in favor of Red, taking the lead 4-1. Ellis has to come back now. He doesn't have a lot of time, but he does have the kicking ability, so very much still in the game.
15. Big body kick, and Red steps out. That's his third and final warning.
One more of those, and he could face disqualification.
Nice.
Good readiness forward there off the line. And another case, man, a lot of this in this match in particular, athletes overstepping, losing their balance, or
lost to Senchu with that stepping
out of bounds. So that's a huge
major hit for Ellis. And
time's up. It looks like the Red coach was challenging, trying to stop the clock.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot in
More
elite
of a
level play. Yeah, burning your video review card just to stop the match and to get your athlete a second to think, with 1 second rather than if they're being pressured in the corner. But I think this one will.
Yeah, in this case might not have been necessary, but looks like either way the victory will go to Jonathan for this match.
Yeah. So, Jonathan from New York takes the win. He's looking good today. Yeah. He's had tough matches,
Does that put him in the finals now? Or one more?
Nah, yeah, we have a couple more matches coming. But
okay. So Jonathan advancing to the next round.
Ellis, got at least got that match under his belt. I don't think He'll be a tough one for someone later on too. He still has another life.
Yeah, that's a common talking point amongst elite level athletes in the karate world too. Is getting a bye your first round, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I hate it.
A lot of people like it because you're going into a match against an opponent who's potentially tired out a little bit and you're fresh. Other athletes, as you mentioned, hate it because for that same thing.
Yeah, I feel always a lot better getting my first match out there with someone doing their first match.
Mm-hmm.
I even, everyone at this level is conditioned, so it's like in the first rounds, you want to be on the same level with everybody. So of course a bye is advantageous, but, so in staging, you and I, we do it all the time, and we'll have to basically get in our first match, wear ourselves out, do techniques, fight a little bit to where we're gassed, and then you get that, recharge your lungs for your actual first match. So it's like you never had a bye.
Yeah, and then just the idea of coming off of a win, you're feeling good, you're feeling warm, you're feeling fresh, and you're riding that high going into your second match against somebody who hasn't had that, doesn't have that win under their belt yet. If they have a bye, you might be a little more cold or a little. I guess differences in personal opinion depending on the fighter, whether they like the bye or not the bye. Just interesting to see that unfolding today.
All right, so we'll have a rematch here of the very first match for this category. Zachary from New York and Christian from Arizona.
It's an interesting difference between the double elimination bracket from a round robin style bracket. Round robin where everybody's fighting everybody and seeding is based on your record against all the other athletes in your pool, versus this double elimination bracket where, as we're seeing here, you could be fighting the same person twice in a row, and the winner of the double elimination bracket will have significantly more matches under their belt before getting to the finals than somebody who makes it to the finals undefeated.
Yeah.
Jonathan gonna be next?
So, this is where we saw Christian's body kicks from the clinch early on. We'll see something he's thinking about, or if something Zachary has, tucked away or has an answer to now.
Good
nice timing
punch there by Zach.
3 flags. Nice strong punch to the body.
Clear score right there with the Senchu advantage, 1-0.
It's definitely a change from the first match. I think Christian had the lead the entire time. Nice, yeah. If I was Zachary, I'd keep shoving that thing out there, showing him, I'm ready for it. Christian's going to have to crack through.
Oh, good capitalization there by Zach.
Yeah. And patience, not to jump into that spinning kick.
Yeah.
Good eye. Yeah, see, it's just totally different. The second match, everybody's a little more awake.
Good counter punch there by Christian.
Yeah, he popped him. 1-1.
Had 4 flags on that play.
Yeah, so Zach's just falling short. That's twice now. He fell short on his, on his first entry. And
yeah. And
that's Zach, not you. That one.
And then Christian scoring with the same defensive play, shift back, timing counter reverse punch. Looks like he might be waiting for it again because it's working. He's going to keep trying it. And 2 flags for blue on this one.
Yeah, so. I mean, but that's the thing. If you have a lead, if you're going to hunker down and stand super still, you got to be super confident in what you're going to do.
Yeah.
If I were
he
him,
had
I'd
1
move
flag
around
on
a little
that
bit.
play, but not enough to secure the point.
Okay, so the lead. Oh, nice timing punch for blue. He's going to extend that lead back to a full point.
And a big difference from that first match, we saw a lot of inside body kicks from Zach that first match, and now all hands. Hey, and then the kick Joran.
Nice.
You got 2 flags for Red's punch, 2 flags for Blue's kick. So referee checking the athlete to see if
maybe a pretty heavy kick
injury was sustained. So 1 point for Red for the body punch, 3 points for Blue for the head kick. And that's what we were talking about the first match. Zach has set up that precedent of that body kick, body kick, body kick, body kick. And then here he changes it to a head. So a good example of Zach long playing it a little bit, using the information from the previous match to his advantage this time.
A little bit of an equipment issue.
Score is 6-3, Sensu advantage to Blue. Blue's winning 6-3.
I like how he's staying low. Now, see, with that lead, now he's moving.
Mm-hmm.
I just, when you're stationary with a lead, you just potentially you're giving your opponent a good opportunity to.
Stationary targets, a lot easier to hit. I thought that was a good body punch also. Maybe a little off target, slid off a little bit.
Oh,
good
man.
Body kick there by Christian.
Almost. I think we're going to get a warning for Red for signaling coach.
Yeah. What's happening? Yeah.
Zach needs to avoid the kick from here.
Yeah.
Just like that. I mean, that's what he was eating in those first match.
He's got to watch those body kicks, though.
That was close.
Good block on that body kick.
Yeah.
And
that was close too.
Yeah, Zach's got to keep that target moving.
He's doing a good job in and out, though.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to do that engage, though. I think he's putting himself at risk for those kicks.
Or he's at least taking a beating. My gosh,
Yeah.
he's taking those kicks into his arm and some strong punches.
The score is still 6-3. Christian's down by 3, but he's still being patient. We don't see him charging in and rushing to kick. He's still looking for clear opportunities.
15 seconds.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. His mouthpiece keeps coming out.
And the risk here is Zach's on full defense. Block, block, block. He's not taking too many scoring opportunities. So there we go. Changing it up. Good punch there.
And that should seal the deal.
1 second left. 4-point lead. It's going to be, I think that should be game over here. So good example here is Zach learning from his mistakes in his first match.
Yeah, Zach came back
into
strong
to the second match and making a statement with that win.
Yeah.
So Zach from Syracuse, New York, moving on to the next round.
Next round, we'll have Oscar from Florida in the blue, and Ellis back for his second match in the red. Both have had their first loss.
So with this being a double elimination tournament, that means that the loser of this match will be eliminated from the tournament completely. Because whoever loses this match, this will be their second defeat. So
that's right. We're starting to see that now.
So this is a make or break moment for both of these athletes.
It should be Ellis. I don't think Parth is up yet. There we go. Yep, we were right. We knew what was going on.
A little confusion on who is up next. We had two fighters ready to go who are not slated to be fighting in the next match. So
Ellis is going to have a pretty significant height and strength advantage here.
As an athlete, sometimes we have to face unexpected turn of events in competition like this. So maybe you're fighting earlier than you expected or later than you expected. So these guys maybe didn't get the rest that they thought they were going to get, or the warm-up that they thought they were going to get, but they still have, it's their turn to shine. So they have to be able to adapt to that and be ready to go.
Honestly, I guess only experience is going to, you know, the more and more you get out there and the more and more you come into situations like that where surprises or you're up again, or, you know, that's the only thing that can really get you used to those experiences.
What? Okay.
A little bit of an equipment check here. It looks like Ellis is needing to change his gloves. He's got 1 minute on the clock. He's got to go fast.
Doesn't seem to be having right now.
Okay, so he's got an incorrect body protector, which he just, now he has an opportunity to borrow. Luckily, a nice friend giving him a WKF approved body protector. You got to make sure you come with the right equipment, huh?
Exactly, yeah.
And then here you go. This is your opportunity. Ellis might be feeling a little really flustered right now, just like we were talking about, you know, having to change equipment last second before your match.
Yeah.
Squeezing into a body shield that may be a size small for him. He's got to keep his composure. We'll see how he does. And he makes the count.
Whew. That's it certainly does add a lot of extra stress.
Oh, yeah.
During the crucial moments before a match when you're making your final preparations and then having to be distracted with
I can tell
as
you,
simple as changing your equipment.
I can tell you when I am facing someone and they go through that, I start, I'm smelling blood. Like if I were Blue, if I were Oscar here, an attack off the line at the beginning of the match or something, could be exactly what you need to set the precedent. Maybe Ellis is still thinking about things, or his head might be clouded, so maybe we'll see what Oscar does with it. Or it's the same. I've also, maybe if you're Ellis, your opponent assumes you're flustered and you come right off the line and with some strong presence.
Clear height advantage in this matchup. But Oscar showing in his previous match that he's not backing down. Right here,
a little close for that body kick.
Taking that timing punch. Another unnecessary Joe guy.
A little bit of a push out. I don't know. When you have someone by one leg,
yeah,
you're allowed to grab on, but maybe he guided him outside.
Interesting turn though, going from penalty for red from going out of bounds, and referee saying no, it was a push.
Yeah.
So the penalty goes to Blue instead of to red.
Just bad positioning on Oscar's part.
And I thought that was a decent scoring attempt over the top with the jab, but
now he's in the hole. 30 seconds in, and he's got 2 Category 2 penalties. Ellis could honestly even wait back and get a,
passivity warning for the Hansoko Chui. That would,
So Oscar kind of has to bring it now.
Hard shows there by Ellis.
And he does. Oh. Okay. That was close punch.
Yeah. And Oscar finding himself in that same position, ducking on the kick, getting stuck underneath, and getting himself out of that corner. He's got to make sure he's ready for the follow-up.
Yeah.
Vulnerable to another kick attempt after that if he's not too careful.
Oh, timing jab by Blue, but they don't like it.
No flags.
It's a great decision. I guess it just fell short.
Jamming the kick, throwing the punch at the same time. Great choice.
Love to see that. Ellis's head kick made contact, but it kind of, flowed through the target, so it's definitely not going to score.
A lot of his kicks are swinging through the target and not snapping back, so it's not showing the cleanliness that the referees are looking for.
Oscar in trouble now. Hansoko Chui, any delay of game, any grabbing penalty, or one more stepping out, and he's done for the day.
With a lot of time left on the clock, 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
He needs to keep those attacks like that and get way far away from the edge of the ring. Ellis could put some pressure on, honestly. What about a sweep?
Playing really close to that line again. And tripping. All right.
Now we're looking a little tired. I think both athletes kind of... Oscar showing good form, though. Readiness. He can't fall asleep here. That was close. 30 seconds. If it goes to decision here, who you got right now? I see Oscar initiating a lot. He's attacking.
I think I have to agree with you on that. He's initiating a lot.
There's 2 flags, and he's going to take the first point.
All right.
Easy 1-2 to the body.
So that's both athletes looking tired, but maybe Oscar playing a little more conservative, sticking with the easier to throw hand techniques, where Ellis is still
going for
big kicks and techniques that are more difficult and more tiring to lift your leg up that high and hit a moving target kind of thing. So maybe a little bit more energy conservation coming from Oscar.
Well, he used that kicking that he's been showing. He did a fake kick, nice easy punch.
Using
4 flags? 3 flags.
3 flags.
He's going to need 1 more of those. 6 seconds left.
So
referee's going to award the point.
Tie score. Shoe advantage still to Blue.
Good jam. Time.
So I like what Oscar was doing with the timing, reading the play and throwing his hand out there to score, but maybe a little bit more. He could a little more selling, pulling the hand back.
Yeah.
We'll clean it up a little bit, and he can turn a lot of those into points in his favor.
Yeah. Oscar takes the win. Ellis done for the day.
Next up, we have Jonathan from New York versus Parth from Colorado. Jonathan will be fighting in the blue, Parth fighting in the red. Each of these fighters also has 1 loss under their belt already, so they're also in a make it or break it situation here. Winner will advance to the next round. Loser is eliminated.
Oh yeah, so neither of these guys have lost.
Oh, is this?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is the winner's bracket.
This is the winner's bracket.
So I was mistaken on that then.
Yeah, the winner of this will be waiting for everyone else to eliminate in the finals.
Okay, so that was my mistake there.
That's okay. We've seen a lot of matches Watch out for Parth's tricky last-second head kicks.
Yeah.
That he won't show until the end of the match unless he needs it. Jonathan.
We saw that choppy movement,
Yeah.
that short burst explosiveness.
Makes it very hard to time him.
But Parth looking to have the height and reach advantage. Let's see if he can utilize it.
Yeah, I'm anticipating Jonathan dominating a little more of the, just the movement and the setups here. Although Parth is pressing. Yeah, Jonathan's going to take a corner change. A little bit of a foot tap causing some reaction. It's one of the important things, It's arguable either athlete. Oh, nice. Controlling at that point because Jonathan is really controlling moving first, but Parth is the one bringing the pressure and moving forward. And that was an easy 1-2 point for Parth. Nice strong 1-2 over the top. Jonathan looks unfazed. He's getting right into his movement.
Ooh. It's a good kick attempt.
Yeah.
Taking control of one of Parth's arms, holding on to the gi with one hand.
Legally with one hand, yeah, that was good.
Trying to eliminate that block potential by controlling the arm as he throws the kick.
We haven't seen Parth trail, This is the first, sorry, going backwards with the lead, I mean to say. He was trailing his entire first match, and here he is kind of, he's still going aggressive, though. I think Jonathan steals that one.
Yeah, 4 flags for blue.
Although,
I think there is a potential for a video review there, but it's still early in the match. He still has a lead. I don't think it's necessary.
Good call. You've got Senchu.
This is the semifinal match, though, so even if he loses the challenge card in this match, it'll be returned for the finals match following. Oh. Ooh.
Jonathan is going to intentionally walk out of bounds. We've seen him do it before. Just to kind of hurt his foot or something, or needs a breath. First penalty on the so. Parth doing a corner change, burning some time. Nice defense. Jonathan kept his hands up. He deflected both of those. I saw blue there.
Looks like 2 flags for blue, 1 for red.
Good call by Coach Madani at this point. I mean, you got to get in there, stay in the game. So he's going to go. I mean, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't score either.
I think
it looked fine. A nice attack. Good trade. One of my favorite things to see in the sport. Both people flying in, going for, trying to be first. And, someone gets the flags. Other one goes to video review. It's exciting.
Yeah. And the referees agree, yes, on the video review. So Parth will be awarded the point also.
Keeps his lead. 53 seconds.
Score remains tied, 2-2. However, the Senchu advantage is going to red.
I think Parth should be a little more active here. He's kind of just waiting. You got even with that lead, you need to be faking, provoking, moving first. He kind of let that one come in on him.
And I'm noticing also we're seeing a lot of Jodan exchanges, a lot of 1-2 over the top and over the top counterpunch. So
the athletes that have gone to the body have dominated today. You know, they, at least in those moments, you know, that strong dive down to a good body punch. Anything over the top is going to go past you and miss.
Yeah. So both of these guys set a precedent that I'm going to the head. If one of them at any point changes it to the body, I think that can give one of them a clear advantage. So a lot of these trades are close. Both people scoring are winning by only one flag difference. But by changing up the target and making it, like you mentioned, a clear miss, that can...
Here's Parth doing some activity. That was good. He needs to back up. Glad to see, you know, still looking to score. Jonathan's got his work cut out for him. 20 seconds. Needs 2. Parth working. Good corner change by Parth. He's going to go 2 corners. Burn some clock. Get the clinch.
Intentional.
Maybe too long. He may have been too long in there.
Maybe, I think we're going to have a holding call against Red.
Yeah. So he was in there too long.
So anytime the athlete intentionally closes the gap without an attempt to score, especially for an extended period of time.
Yeah, you're avoiding combat for sure. No more Senchu.
Parth still in the lead by 1 point.
Both athletes went all in on their last technique and let 2 seconds. Jonathan maybe would have had 2 seconds after that kick attempt for some more or follow-up, but he went all in, man.
Yeah.
It didn't pay off. Good job, both athletes. Parth moves on with no losses to the finals, and Jonathan is going to go down to the loser's bracket.
Next up, we have Oscar in blue from Florida facing Zach from Syracuse, New York in red.
Tell him.
No cards
For either?
No cards. They both lost their cards.
Okay, he has them. So here, both of these guys, we've seen them going, strong body punches or strong 1-2 over top. I'm excited to see who wins the timing. Over the top.
Nice long over the top. Two flags for red.
We're getting a little bit of that, a lot of that though. I mean, athletes doing an exchange and thinking they heard Yame. They did not hear a Yame. There was no stop to the action.
Ooh. Another over the top. 3 flags
Zach coming
to 1.
out strong. Oscar's going to have to kind of, put some work in. And what I mean is, some
Big
fakes,
body
some
kick
moving. He's kind of just pressuring and then going. Zach showing some good composure, too. I like his movement. Very close head kick. Now he's looking to break it away here.
I think Zach should have maintained the ground that he covered on that last play. He backed off. He got Oscar moving back quite a bit and then backed himself right up. He could have stayed in control of the middle of the ring there.
All right, Zach wants this head kick.
And
Oscar sticks him.
Yeah, so Zach scoring twice off the same combination, this time not going in his favor. So
good job, Oscar, sticking to his plan, you know.
And to give in Oscar's credit, he was getting one flag each time before, so they were on target. They were hitting.
Close body kick. Oscar's doing the timing jab, but he needs to be able to move in to crush the distance on that jab more. He kind of jumps up and he needs to move forward.
Just missed the punch
just
there.
Missed that body
looked
punch,
like it slipped right by his head.
There's no need for Zachary to attack here. He's
nice long jab there.
But he's wanting to just gain that lead.
It's working for him, so
it is working.
He doesn't need it, but it's working for him. He's extending his lead. He's securing that cushion.
But this is what I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
I mean, unnecessary. You know, you're also killing your lead.
Yeah, so I think those scores will still be there. Oscar has to press forward. Zach knows that, but maybe be a little more patient. Give it a little bit more time.
There's some defensive scoring. I'd like to see Zach do some defensive scoring, block and hit, take timing, force Oscar to have to do the action. Move a couple times. But
hey, close kick there.
Yeah, real close.
I think the foot was on target, but kind of got tangled up.
Yeah, it just didn't have that effectiveness. Yeah, that call you'll always see when an athlete is taken down out of bounds. It's not Jogai until the athlete who did the takedown steps out in an attempt to score. That is considered Jogai. Two flags?
One flag each.
One flag each. Little tight, little tight.
2 points on blue, 3 points in Senchu on red. Close match. Battle is far from over.
15
Both of
seconds.
these guys battling it out, giving it everything they got.
Yeah. Ouch.
Hard hit there.
Yeah.
He's got 4 flags. We'll see if the referee takes it back and issues a contact penalty.
Certainly, and this is one of those moments where it's like the referee has to signal action, right? So the referees all have their flag out for a punch. I mean, there was definitely a punch there, and it's on the referee now, along with the medic, to call, you know, whether it's a point or a penalty.
And these moments are crucial for Oscar too, in a time where you just got hit pretty hard and you're maybe a little dazed, and but there's still a match ahead. You still have 8 seconds left. You're still down by 1 point. You still need to have a plan going into the rest of the match.
Yeah. You know, something else to consider here is Mubobi charging forward. You know, did he get? And we're gonna get a penalty. Pretty hard hit, automatic Keikoku. 2 warnings. Good aggressiveness by Oscar.
Good patient.
Good counter coming back when Oscar wasn't ready.
And then being ready for the defensive afterwards.
4-2, 4 seconds.
Just got to maintain the lead.
Zachary's back in it.
Good match by these guys. Zach advances to the next round, trying to make his way back to the finals match.
All right, we have 3 athletes left in the competition. Zachary from New York will be right back up in a couple minutes with Jonathan from New York. He's already coming out, ready to go. And the winner of that will go back against Parth from Colorado. Parth has not lost yet today. So if, you know, even in that final, if Parth loses that final match, he'll have another life in his back pocket. But if he wins, it'll be over. But before that, we've got nothing. What do you think at this point, too? I mean, each of these guys has had three matches at least. You know, they're a little...
Endurance definitely playing a role. Parth, I'm sure, feeling pretty comfortable, rested, having a couple matches under his belt with the confidence of emerging victorious from those, knowing that whoever wins this next match to come up and challenge him will be much more fatigued feeling, I'm sure, than he is. So
it's interesting. Parth fought Jonathan, but he hasn't fought Zach yet, you know. So if Zach works his way into the final, then you know, Parth hasn't faced him yet.
It will be a new look.
It'll be a completely new match for both of them. Still 2 minutes before these guys come back out. How are you feeling for next week?
I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. You've been looking good.
Thanks. You too. Always looking good.
We're off to Portugal next week for the
final Premier League event
with Olympic points on the line. So it's exciting to see, you know, the world pulling off karate tournaments again. Honestly, it's been too long, and you know, Istanbul was a great success. You know, as far as I know, athletes weren't getting sick, and you know, I felt safe, I felt comfortable. You know, it was a good job, and I think Lisbon, having had the test event in, you know, way early this year, they've been waiting and wanting to hold this and show off what they can do as far as organization and logistics of running an event, so it should be pretty smooth. Yeah. But the best part is that all the best, they showed up in Turkey, and all the best will be here again in Lisbon, and that's pretty cool. It's so neat, our sport, where, you know, you study these guys and you battle them over and over for years, but you so appreciate them because you know them so well, you know, and to have not seen them for over a year, it was pretty cool. You know, even our own top opponents and nemesises and stuff, but it'll be cool to keep that going.
I did notice a certain increased level of camaraderie amongst the athletes in the last event,
because everyone's going the same thing, right?
So, like you said, even people that your biggest rival, or your biggest nemesis, there's like this mutual understanding, like, hey, we're all facing the same struggles that the rest of the world is facing this past year with the pandemic situation, and here we are back at it again.
Yeah.
And it was definitely exciting to see everybody again. Looks like we're just about ready here, making the final preparations in the plus 84 category here in Dallas, Texas, for the Junior Pan American team trials. Athletes competing for their position on the U.S. team to represent at the Junior Pan American Games coming up in Cali, Colombia. My name is Brian and I'm here with Tom Scott, USA national team members, and we are excited for these next couple of matches. We've got
last matches of the day.
We've got Zach from New York State in blue, and Jonathan also from New York State in the red.
Getting to it early.
Yeah, high energy right out of the gate. 2 flags for blue, securing an early lead with the Sensu advantage.
It's important to play off that at this point. Zachary should, show that and then move to something else. We'll see what he does with it. He's not one to wait. We haven't seen him waiting at all today. He likes to throw down. He likes to get on it. Aggressive. Good foot tap. I've been loving seeing athletes who take advantage of that today. It's hard to respond, hard to see what, you get thrown off a little bit.
Ooh, good fake and go by red. 2 flags for red, tying up the score 1-1. Sensu advantage still going to blue. 2 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of time.
Jonathan going to back off for a second, regroup, think of a plan. Playing that corner game, interesting. Circling, in and out. Zachary getting impatient. He wants to go.
Or sensing the fatigue.
Good point. Zachary shows some defense.
Yeah.
Jonathan looking a little gassed. Zachary's going to get on top of it, like you said.
A lot of energy being exerted.
A lot,
trying to scramble in the clinch like that. Both of these guys very passionate, but at the same time, displaying that passion can be exhausting.
Yeah, especially this is their 4th match for each of them.
And they have to keep in mind, which they may not be thinking this far in advance, but whoever wins this match has 2 more matches.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially
no matter what for them,
this.
yeah.
So after this match, they need to have enough left for 2 more matches after this. So there's a lot going into play with.
I don't think either of these guys are thinking, that far ahead.
Right.
The goal, of course, is you got to make it out of this round, and so they're going to give it everything they got. Jonathan's shutting down that body kick. Zachary's been countering with it consistently.
Nice,
and
nice
Jonathan
1-2 over the top there. Another body kick from Zach.
Almost a 3rd step out there for Jonathan.
Whew.
That ring awareness, my gosh.
Those are some heavy body kicks too. You can hear the echo.
Yeah. And again, it has to be a sufficient block. If your arm is just kind of flat to your body, I mean, that's not. You have to stop the kick far away from your body. If you've just kind of got your arm in tight close, you can't expect that to be an official block. It looks like we need a medic here. Zachary's bleeding down his chin pretty good. Maybe split lip.
I did notice a little bit of blood after his previous match, so I wonder if
all the way down his neck, all the way into his chest pad. He is looking pretty tough right now. That'd be a good picture. He'd want to hold on to that. He's smiling. I've got some cool pictures with nose plugs in my face and stuff. You always want some cool, tough karate pictures. I don't know. I can see this kick coming through. He was hammering it. I mean,
and the way Jonathan's hands were positioned, it looked like he might have missed the block there.
It's also one of those things, you know, the interesting part about the video review and part of the sacrifice you have to make if you're going to go for it is that you don't get to name which body kick. There were a couple, 2, 3.
That's a good point.
And so whichever one they fall on is the first one they're going to look at. And if that's the one coach wanted, it doesn't matter. And he will never get to know that. So that's part of just kind of where we're at with video review right now is you don't get to pick which technique, you know.
And I think that's just highlights the importance of the sport as an athlete, as a fighter, you kind of have to highlight your own scoring attempts in the ring. If you go out there and throw 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 techniques, hope something lands in one big flurry. In a time like this where you are video reviewing, if 3 of them were kind of close and one of them missed completely, how do you know which point is to score? So a big part of the sport today is showing the intention behind which point you want to score and drawing that attention so the referees know which point you want to score, so you know when the flags
kick is denied.
Are coming out.
So it must have been into the arm. Just a 1-1 match, 30 seconds left here. These guys have to play it real smart. You got to be precise. This is where your training kicks in. Both missed. Both athletes missed their punches.
Yeah. Both had a great scoring opportunity there, just simply missed the target.
Aka.
I thought Red got that point. Good challenge by the Red's coach.
It was a strong, nice,
good
long
extension
jab.
on the jab. Looked to be on target from our angle, but no flags on the play. And this is one of those moments where the referees might be a little bit more on throwing flags. There's only 8 seconds left in the match. It's tie match. The winner of this goes to the final, so there's a lot on the line. The referees are trying to choose the best fighter to advance, and they're not gonna they're gonna hesitate to decide a winner on a weak score. So more than ever now.
Man, looks like a no.
Ooh, that's surprising to me. So more than ever, cleanliness in your scores is more important. Sensu advantage to blue still. Tie score, 2 seconds left. And it looks like Zach's able to maintain his lead and advance to the finals against Parth. So, exciting there. A lot of hard work by both of these guys.
3 minutes.
And I think they can both go home knowing that they put it all on the line.
Yeah. All right, so Zachary's got 3 minutes. Take a breath, recharge. Only 5 minutes if you change colors. So if you know he's already blue and he needs to be blue, and so they give him 3 minutes to change. Parth will be waiting in red. Man, if you're Parth, bring the heat, huh? Like, put the pressure on, throw techniques, get him right back to work.
You have the whole match.
Parth has had 2 matches so far today. That's it. And
this is Zach's 6th?
Going
5th.
Let's see. This is his 5th. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah. So Parth is still feeling fresh. And so, as you mentioned, Parth can take it to Zach, keep the pressure on him, and he has a match to give. Even if Zach wins the first match,
you could feel confident taking this into such a long, marathon. Go take it to him. Yeah, if you're Parth, that's what I would coach to, or if I would do as an athlete. Attack, put the pressure on, send him, even if he scores first, if you make him work in the final minute, he might be gassed. You might still have stuff left.
Yeah. And you have that room that, as you mentioned, you called it earlier, the extra life of being undefeated. So Zach has to win 2 matches against Parth to take the division.
So if you're Zachary, what are you thinking?
If I'm Zach, I'm right now resting as much as I can.
Lay
in
down.
these 3 minutes.
Get
getting
some sugar.
water. Yeah. Some
Eat
kind
some
of
gummies.
some kind of energy something gel or something.
Yeah.
But in the match also, being conservative in between, saving my energy for those quick bursts when I want to score, not avoiding using energy unless it's going to result in a
I
score.
think his strongest points today have been his timing body punches, you know, and if that's a one-shot deal, you're not attacking, scrambling, kicking, I'd kind of bring it back, hone it into your best favorite techniques, focus on setting those up. Can you send that to me? Taking pictures back here. Here we go. Of course, a lot on the line, but the key is not to think about that. If thinking about Pan American Games is not going to help you in this moment, you got to think about your movement, your punches, your kicks, enjoying that part of it.
Something that we talk about a lot is just taking it one match at a time, not thinking too far down the line. Because if you don't make it out of this match, if you don't win this match, the rest of it doesn't matter. So focusing one match at a time, and when you get to the next match, about that match.
Yeah. So Parth, with the reach advantage, maybe with the certainly with the comfortable, winning, haven't lost advantage, but Zach has shown heart, and he's dug deep, and that sort of thing can be dangerous. Let's see.
And so far, both fighters showing that patience, conserving energy, and unleashing just to score, and then going back to relaxed.
Oh man, who you got?
Got 2 for blue, and it looks like 1 for red. And the red coach video challenging.
I'd say that's fine. I think you got a good shot. I mean,
yeah, you have one
that
flag
Senchu
supporting
could play.
it. The other important thing to note is that if he does get the score, it's not just awarding the point; it's preventing the Senchu. So
potentially a 2-point swing later on.
And he gets it. So 1 point for each fighter.
Smart call, Coach Madani.
30 seconds into the match, score remains 1-1. No Senchu has been awarded at this time.
First penalties. I don't know. I think we would hope, I don't think Parth is definitely not bringing it, the way you would put pressure on a tired athlete. But Zach doesn't look tired at all. He looks fresh right now. So maybe Parth, that's a good move. Zach playing it smart and easy too. Thinking long term, thinking marathon.
Distance, moving, cutting angles, pressing in, pulling back, making it difficult to read when he's coming, but also the distance that he's coming from.
He's showing some dominance and the initiative.
Another passivity warning, it looks like.
Interesting.
Haven't seen too much of this today either. All these young athletes excited to go, trying to prove themselves.
I saw blue for sure.
Yeah, I thought the blue body punch got 2 flags for blue, 1 for red. Another video review from the red coach trying to maintain this tied score. And this is, I think, the first shoot-on punch that I've seen this match. They've been going Jodan
to the face,
over the top, head hunting a lot this match, and Zach dropped underneath this time and had.
I love when he does. I think it's honestly his best move today, and you know.
And I think in this scenario, Zach scored the first point. The video review is giving Parth the opportunity to score the follow-up.
Zach needs to come out of those with hands up or you know, head down or something to prevent that follow-up. And it's a yes.
It's another yes.
Coach Madani keeping Parth in it.
So score remains tied 2-2. Still no Senshu. Senshu is only awarded when an athlete scores an undisputed point. Both fighters remaining patient.
Yeah.
Looking for that perfect opportunity.
Seconds.
And third passivity.
Oh, wow. Happens in the closing moments.
Both fighters at Hansoku Chui, but Senshu is still on the table.
Whoever gets Senshu can't lose it.
Ooh. Another.
Timing over the top.
2 flags for red.
That's going to give him the go-ahead point and the Senshu.
Yeah, that's big for Parth. Zach has 6 seconds to score 2 points. Side. I think I'd be looking for sidekick as Zach right now, I think. Ooh.
Body kick inside the clock in time.
Strong body kick. Looked to be blocked.
The camera is right there. It's going to have the view. So it will be enough to take the tie and the go-ahead for the win. Closing second body kick.
Yeah.
All comes down to this. I thought it was well set up. I saw, Parth hunkered down with both elbows and, trying to cover. But, again, it has to be really sufficient block. That could be some big-time energy for Zach going forward. Or that'll be it. Oh, it's a no.
And it's a no.
Parth takes it.
And with that, it will be Zach's second loss, eliminating him.
Parth is our representative in the plus 84 for the Junior Pan American Games. Congratulations to him. Undefeated. Undefeated. Yep. Nice and patient. Coach Madani picking him up. Incredible strength. A minus 84, picking up a plus 84 over there. Sorry? Parth. I've been told I need to work on my sign-off, so we'll practice it here. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of our event today. Congratulations to all the athletes who have qualified today. This is going to be a historic event. And also congratulations to all the athletes who tried and fell short. I mean, you guys, they learned a lot today. Experience is the name of the game in this sport. The more times you play it, the more times you suffer hard losses, the better you're going to get. And certainly everyone got better today. I think the United States has got some great athletes to put forward.
Absolutely.
And
plenty of training and competition opportunities coming up to get some redemption and prepare themselves for the next showdown.
But thank you everyone who tuned in and wanted to watch, and we will hopefully be live in a future event. We do this more often because I liked it. I had a lot of fun. And of course, wish all of us senior athletes good luck in the coming Olympic trials and everything, and we promise to give it our best. And go Team USA.
All right.
RB.
USA on 3.
We'll save it for after.
All right. We'll save it for then.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Have a good one.